Well, good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Ryan here. I'm alongside Chandler and Alex today. I want to go ahead and start the stream by saying no, there is not a severe threat ongoing in the state of Michigan. But our chasers are out in Kansas today. Again, Kansas, not Michigan, chasing tornadoes. Today has a moderate risk out west. So I'm joined today by Chandler and Alex out here in what is Edwards County, Kansas. And they are closing in rapidly on a tornado-warned storm that actually just got upgraded to a observed tornado warning here for Edwards County, Kansas. And again, if just tuning in, there is no severe threat here in the state of Michigan tonight. Our chasers are out in Kansas currently. So if you're tuning in and expecting coverage for Michigan, you're not going to get it because there's nothing happening. So they are currently around the Lewis, Kansas area, which is just outside this storm. Go ahead and show you guys here on radar. We zoom way in. There's a rotation on the storm just above Lewis there, and they are closing in rapidly. It's pretty foggy out there, Chandler. Go ahead and talk to me about that.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, Ryan. I've chased a lot of tornado warnings in a lot of states, and Alex has too. And, right now we're not very far from this storm itself. If I look at my distance tracker here, from where we are to where the rotation is, we're only about 8 miles away. And usually when you're 8 miles away out on the Great Plains, you can see the storm, you can see the structure, you can see pretty much everything. And as of right now, we have a mile to maybe a half-mile visibility range. So we're trying to be just a little extra careful to make sure that we don't make any mistakes and that we can continue to put ourselves in a safe position out here when we can't really see anything.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Usually out there in Kansas, Oklahoma, it's wide open. So the fact that you're seeing all that fog here, and you're pretty close to the storm too, watching location here. So how far away do you think you are from getting a view?
It's a really good question. I hope everything's okay here. There's some emergency response coming. We haven't seen any accidents, but we hope everything's okay. Unless they're coming up here to prep for the storm.
Yeah, they actually just continued that warning into Pawnee County as an observed warning with golf ball size hail now. I'm actually going to run a different radar tonight. Again, this is not in Michigan. For those of you asking about coverage in Michigan, this is not severe weather. The scroll on the bottom there says it. This is from Kansas, so no worries there. Michigan's safe tonight. But our chasers are out in Kansas while Michigan is slow. I'm going to run GR2, which is what Joel uses for our coverage here in Michigan. But this is an advanced product here. I kind of get a better idea. What in the world was that?
We went over the train tracks. But yeah, no, this is kind of eerie. I mean, we just turned north on Leonard Street, which turns into County Road 19. This is one of the last paved roads out here for a while, and we do actually have emergency response vehicles tailing quite a bit behind us. I'll switch my camera view over to the left here.
I'll go ahead and take you full here. Whoops.
I hope that looks okay.
Your camera just shut off.
Oh, of course. Well, we'll get it back on here in just a second. Give me a minute here. I'll let you keep talking.
Yeah, this is a very classic supercell here. This is in the Edwards and Pawnee County, Kansas area, and it's a very classic hook. You can see the eagle. We call them eagle wings out here. That's the forward flank of the supercell. And that very distinct hail core there in the center. You see those darker reds and purples, and sometimes even blacks if it's heavy enough. And a very distinct, pronounced hook here where that tornado would be. And that green icon you see there on your screen, that is what we call a TVS, a tornado vortex signature. Doesn't mean that one's on the ground, but it means that rotation is strong enough. In fact, yeah, check that out. That is intense rotation there, just east of Kinsley. That's a very intense couplet. Chandler, if you are, all right, there we go. They're back in here. Looks like they're reconnecting their stream. They're running Starlink there, so it may disconnect. They have to reconnect it, so give them a minute to reconnect. But once he's back in here, they are close to the storm. And Chandler, if you can hear me, I'm not sure if you can or not, but that is a very intense couplet on the latest scan there, just east of Kinsley. Looking at the gate to gate, that's about 65 miles an hour and about 82. So perhaps about 140 miles per hour of gate to gate wind shear there. No CC drop. Looks like my radar was a little bit behind there. Still a very strong couplet. See what's going on with them.
Ryan,
there we go. Yeah, I got you.
We're still here. We're just having some camera troubles.
Perfect. Yeah, so they're moving into position there. And again, this is in Kansas. I want to reiterate that as new viewers continue to file in here. We are live from Kansas today. This is taking the place of our usual weekly stream on Sunday nights. If you guys got questions, feel free to drop them in chat while they're reconnecting. These purple boxes here indicate that there is a tornado on the ground here. Usually they come in red if it was a typical warning with like radar indication, but this is a confirmed warning here, heading up toward the Garfield and Zook area in the county of Pawnee in Kansas. Kind of tracking this back here, very intense rotation there. Looks like it's trying to pass itself off. You see kind of how the couplet was right here. When you go forward to scan, it kind of moves over here. It's trying to hand off, I believe, to a new rotation area there, and it's actually successful in doing so. So probably a new tornado developing somewhere just south of the county line here. This is going to be still in Edwards County, Kansas, moving up into Pawnee within the next couple of minutes. But these supercells are, as Caleb calls them, they have their own exhaust system, so they can maintain themselves and kind of put their own outflow and eat their own outflow all at the same time. So it's very unique how these storms can cycle and continue to rotate and live by themselves. And that's a very, very distinct hook there. And yeah, it is cycling. We're going to have a new hook coming back around here into Pawnee. Luckily, we don't get these supercells all too often in Michigan. I think the last one we had distinctly was the Colin, Sherwood, and Portage tornadoes back last year on May 7th. That was our day we had some of these supercells that kind of looked like this on radar. But other than that, we don't get them all too often in Michigan. Have I chased out of state? Yes. I've actually been to Kansas. I've been to Oklahoma. Primarily, though, I chase the Great Lakes region. I go to Ohio a lot, Indiana, Illinois. I've chased Iowa. I've chased Missouri. I even chased down in Dixie Alley, Alabama, Mississippi, and even Tennessee, too. So I am not a stranger myself to out-of-state chases. Looks like Chandler and Alex are back with us.
Yeah, sorry about that. We lost camera and microphone for a minute. No internet issues, just a StreamYard issue here. So,
gotcha. Looks like there was a tornado report from a live stream via Storm Chaser on KAKE TV as of 10 minutes ago. So they did confirm a tornado that was on the ground just to the east of Kinsley 10 minutes ago.
Yep. So there's almost two sort of couplets in here, and we'll go north here a little bit, but I mean, we are not very far at all from this right now. So from the first couplet, we're 2 miles, and from the more hook, we are 6 miles. And as you can see, we can't see anything. So
it's weird. It's very eerie.
It's really eerie. Because we know what should be in there, but we have absolutely no visual. I do think that we can, however, go another mile or two north. And we do have an escape route every direction if we need one.
That's the good thing about Kansas too. I'm looking at the road network out there. It's a complete box. So you're in good hands out there.
Yeah, so we're going to go north another mile just to see, because ultimately we need to be pretty close, within a mile of this storm, to be able to see anything. And
Hey, your warning just went PDS. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. A confirmed dangerous tornado was located 2 miles northwest of Lewis, maybe northeast at 25. So you have a PDS tornado on the ground about within 2 to 5 miles to your west there.
yeah, we're trying to see if it's kind of starting to dip a little bit further south. Like I said, it's really eerie here because we can't see anything. We've got, maybe a mile of visibility at the most. So
yeah, and I also want to point out the fact you have like 2 or 3 couplets in there now.
Yeah,
you have like three distinct areas of rotation. That is something you don't rarely ever see. I'm trying to read this as a professional, trying to make out what's happening. I believe the middle one is going to be the one you're going to want to go after.
Well, the tough part is, Ryan, is we don't really even know ourselves, because we're about to, I don't want to say drive into the first couplet, but we're running parallel with it right now. And if it turns right, we're in trouble. Well, that's why I'm waiting for a road. Yeah. So we're waiting to find a road that we east if we need to. We're watching our winds here. But again, I mean, it's tough. There's just not anything to see. I don't think I really want to go any further than where we're at right here. Yeah, this road right here. So what we'll do, Ryan, is we're going to turn and give a view off to the west here.
Can you grab what road you're on by chance? Because I still don't see your spotter dot anywhere.
Yeah, so we are on State Highway 19.
Okay.
Turning onto B Road.
Okay, there's C Road. There's D Road. So it must be down here. Okay, gotcha. All right, let me go ahead and take my radar here and kind of show the guys where exactly you're at.
We found a pheasant. We have a pheasant intercept. I don't love those people driving up in there. But yeah, this is definitely one of the strangest things that I've ever been a part of, because again, we're looking due west. So if there was any sort of tornado whatsoever with this, ordinarily we would be able to see it. But because of all this fog, it is very, very tough to see anything.
Yeah, for reference on your screen here, I'll take my radar full so you guys can see where they're at. This is State Route 19 here, where Chandler just said he was. If we zoom in here, this is going to be B Road right here. So there's somewhere right about here looking due west at this, and you have 3 distinct couplets. I think the middle one's going to be the main concern here, but we're going to have to kind of wait and see how these are going to perhaps pass off to each other. This, I believe, is clutter, if I had to guess. I think the tornado is going to be about... Let's measure this out here. If I had to guess, Chandler, probably about 7 miles to your west. That's where I think it would be. The middle couplet makes sense the most to me. Although if that thing tries to cycle, there is an appendage there hanging out there heading right for you. So go ahead and take their camera back. And I
want to find
there we go.
If any of these are paved roads.
So they're facing directly at it, and that's their view, which is crazy. It's so distinctly foggy.
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like this before.
Sometimes we get fog on the mornings of severe events. I remember there was a couple times. In fact, I believe May 7th of last year, if I'm not mistaken, on the east side of the state, I woke up foggy that day after the rain had passed, or just before the rain came in. I believe it was the 7th of May. I could be wrong on that, but I know there was a day last year I woke up before we had a severe event later on. But when it's actually happening, usually fog is a sign of stable atmosphere.
Yeah, which is really what's crazy about it. I mean, you know, we could be really, really close to this thing, and we'll just have no idea.
Looking at the radar, I think it's about to occlude and pass off. I think the new meso is going to be coming right towards you.
Yeah, it looks like that kind of, you know, appendage hanging down. That's going to go just to our north, and you know, kind of that area near Garfield might be, you know, the new occlusion. Again, we're on a paved road. We're perfectly safe where we're at right now.
Once you get in on that storm, make sure. I mean, you guys know what you're doing, but just make sure you're staying out of that core, because once you lose visual, you lose visual.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you know, we've got roads here if need be. We've got escape routes each direction. We got a couple other storm chasers. We have almost due westerly winds right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is all going to hand off right here, and that's going to be right there.
You guys are seeing the handoff. I'm seeing that too. It's going to try to wrap up on itself as it crosses 19, I would have to imagine.
It looks like we have the Dominator or TIV2 coming, about to pass in front of our right here. That
it is
TIV2. I don't know that I'm all that keen to drive up in there, Alex. I mean,
you guys are in a good spot. That's going to pass off. It's going to go just to your north. You should get a very good view at it.
Yeah, we're trying to watch our winds here. We got another chaser, it looks like, pulling up next to us here.
You said your winds are due westerly?
Yeah, it's tough to tell. I can't see anything to the west here now because we have people sitting right next to us. We're really waiting for another scan to come in here.
Good news is they're running rapid scan at 2 or 3 minutes a pop, so that's good. And going back to radar here while they're waiting for that storm to come in, they are sitting about right here where my mouse is kind of circling. And the area of interest, there's two areas. There's one here with this little appendage hanging down, but the other one's back here over toward Garfield as well. So there's two distinct areas of interest.
I do think we can go another mile or two north. Yeah, good.
You know, have to keep back up by Garfield too, Chandler. It looks like the hook is trying to wrap up over there pretty tightly.
Yeah, we're going to go a couple miles here to our north and just kind of take a gander and see kind of what's going on. Again, it's getting a little bit darker off to our due west. There's a pheasant. We're probably not going to go much farther, but maybe just another mile or two. Again, we're extremely close to where any of these circulations could be, and
we'll get them back here just a second. So again, they're headed northbound now on 19, which is this north-south road, and hey, they're back. Cool. Yeah. Starlink isn't always the best underneath these bigger supercells, so if I had to guess, Chandler, you may have an RFD bulge coming towards you now. I believe that's probably RFD winds pushing towards you. I think the area of interest is kind of shifting back here toward Garfield now. This is all these winds getting pushed out from the storm, so this is going to be wind heading toward them. The actual area of interest is back here toward Garfield. That's my analysis here as this develops. Yes, Summer, that was TIV2. Again, this is in Kansas, not Michigan. This is just south of Larned. I can butcher Michigan names. I can also butcher Kansas names. This is going to be in the county of Pawnee in Kansas. Again, no threat for Michigan tonight.
Well, yeah, we're going to be in the RFD here in a minute. So Ryan,
yeah,
we are going to be here in the RFD here in just a minute.
Okay.
But we're thinking that section kind of by Garfield is what's going to, reocclude and kind of come back.
Yeah, I would agree with that. May not be a bad idea if you wanted to, I mean, you're chasing, but shoot northward toward Larned, because that's going to be where the new tornado is going to be at. We had to wrap up on itself just south of town there. That'd be my guess.
How we can have poor reception.
You too, Jordan. Where are the overlays? Well, we do have the overlays, but I don't have them on currently because we're not doing Michigan coverage. So I didn't want to confuse people and, have the warning for a tornado overlay. I'd rather just leave it blank. Again, this is not Michigan today. So,
Alex, get in.
You guys just take close lightning.
I turned my camera here. Hopefully it doesn't go out. So we finally can have a visual.
There's the base.
Which is nice.
Yep.
But in terms of what's back there, we still can't really see anything.
Mm-hmm. No, that's going to be a gust front if I had to guess there, Chandler. That's going to be the RFD.
That's going to be our RFD right there.
Yep. And your area of interest is going to be behind that.
Let that go. Deja vu.
Did I see a twin vehicle that just passed you?
There's a lot of vehicles that just passed us.
Looked like yours.
Yeah, it did look like mine. That's why I told Alex. I'm like, it kind of looks like deja vu.
That's what I thought you were referring to.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn the camera. So we're looking more due north and right there. It's just, like we said, it's hard because we can't see anything that's in there right now.
Looks like the hook of interest back by Garfield's pulling more northward.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting it to do. Well, yeah, that's going to be all this right in here.
New tornado warning coming in, observed warning with golf ball size hail. They dropped the PDS, but they continued it up toward Larned.
What we're kind of wondering and speculating right now, this whole gust front is actually rotating pretty good. You can see, I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but it's ripping from south to north pretty quick. But I don't see anything that at this point in time is screaming, either A, tornado, B, you're in danger. So that's good.
It's about to pass off. Check just about 2 miles east of Garfield. Old mezzo is dying, new mezzo forming just to the east and a little bit south of Highway 56 near Hamburg.
Yeah, no, we see that. Again, we've got the gust front, but then, there's a little bit of clutter down towards that hook on the bottom. But, I would expect it to hand off either near Garfield or up, in there just a little bit further, just based on what I'm seeing on radar. Alex, look at this. Again, I don't hate the RFD. We just got to make sure we get behind it if we're going to try and enter.
Once you get behind the RFD, you'll probably have a better view because the fog, I would assume, is being kind of blown out ahead of it. At least that'd be my hope.
I think we can go up a little further. I don't see anything right now that scares me. You got that back out there. But, I mean, besides whatever that is out there, I think we're good to go a little further.
I think we are too.
I'll turn it on too. Let's be fun, like everybody else.
I think just want to throw this out there. I really think the chasing in Michigan or in the Midwest Great Lakes region is better. Whoa, not me full. No, I don't want that. I was going to say, I think chasing is within the Great Lakes region is 10 times better than out west, just because you have so many chasers who are clogging the roads in Oklahoma, Kansas, and even Iowa sometimes too. Out here in Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, you don't have that. You have the roads to yourself, so it's a lot easier to chase these storms. Looks like they're going to reposition. So taking back at radar, this is what we call RFD, which is rear flank downdraft out of the storm. Basically what it is, it's basically the storm's outflow, right? It gets pushed out of the storm, and sometimes it can get re-ingested into the storm if it's lucky. But usually RFD will surge outward, and that will bring a lot of wind here. So they're likely going to experience a lot of wind as this passes over their location, which is right about here on that X I just drew. And the area of interest is actually back here now, heading up into Hamburg, and eventually it's probably going to cross just south of the town of Larned. So again, this is not Michigan, but if you do happen to know friends or family who live out in the Larned area, this is going to be Pawnee County in Kansas. Taking a zoomed out look, this is where we're at, southern central Kansas area. So again, we're not in Michigan tonight, but we do have chasers out in Kansas, and we'll be covering this with their live feeds here. And let us know in the comments, should we do this more often? This is our first, actually, I can't say first, second or third time we went live out of state. So a lot of times people expect us to be live for Michigan, Michigan only, but sometimes we send chasers out, like today, to Kansas, and we want to stream that when we can. So thank you, Evan, for the gifted memberships. Appreciate you and your support. Looks like their feed is back here. Whoops.
Yeah, Ryan, we're going to reposition north a little bit. I don't know if you can see all that scud kind of just left of that telephone pole there. We don't see anything that's like for sure rotating in there. And it looks like if there is going to be anything, it's going to end up going just a little bit north of us at this time. So we're going to reposition a little bit here and go north and just poke around.
All right, sounds good on that.
Getting a little convergence.
It's Kansas. What do you expect? I just got done saying that Kansas roadways are clogged with chasers. And that's the beauty of chasing in Michigan. It's not as better. It's not as good as terrain as Kansas, obviously, but kind of makes up for it with minimal traffic on the roads. It's interesting when you go elsewhere. Yeah, I think it is too. A lot of people think we're just Michigan storm chasers, but we chase all over the place. We'll only cover, like, track it city by city, town by town, road by road in Michigan. We also have Indiana covered now. So we do Indiana full-time coverage as well, but you'll see us occasionally out of state chasing. And obviously I'll hop on here, and I got nothing else going on today. So figured why not hop on here. I'll host a stream and get the radar pulled up and kind of talk you guys through it.
It's quite something here, Ryan, how now that we can actually see back into the storm there, that's the best visibility that we've had in the last 40, not even, probably 2 hours, looking back into that storm there. What are we doing here, guys? Pay attention.
Yeah, I really think the area of interest here is going to be centered up here by the Hamburg area. And it's probably going to be moving, if I had to guess. It's actually heading directly into Larned right now. So Larned is not in a good position. I don't think there's anything on the ground currently, But again, not in good position there. Looks like the area of interest is going to be somewhere right about in here over the Hamburg area, moving directly into Larned. Nothing appears tight, although the warning does say observe with golf ball size hail, so they are confirming this tornado, at least it was at some point. If it's not already, it was at some point on the ground here as it moves up into Larned. Is it Larned or Larned? I don't know how to pronounce this. Does anybody know?
I mean, we've got a perfect view up in there.
Hey, Chandler, Jane says in chat here, just so you know, the Kansas State Police and county deputies do not like storm chasers, so tell them to drive the limit. So make sure you guys aren't speeding, Chandler.
We do not speed very rarely when it comes to storm chasing because it's pretty much a guaranteed ticket, and I don't want to have to pay a ticket in a state that I'm not going to come back to.
Yep. Very good point. Thank you, James.
Ryan, if anything, we're going to pull over at this next road here and kind of look north. We're just kind of in the tippy bottom of the RFD here.
Yep, I see it.
Again, if there's going to be anything, it should be right up in this area. We're going to pull over in front of this truck here. You always want to make sure you're completely off the road when you're storm chasing.
I think the area of interest there is going to be off to the left there between those two telephone poles.
It's going to be right there. Literally right there. Hey, we're going to jump out, Ryan, okay?
Okay. I'm trying to get a position on them. I don't have their spotter dot here, so what's in front of them could be a wall cloud, although I think the area of interest looking on radar here is a little bit more so back to the left there, tucked in the rain. Although it is also going through a little bit of a handoff here. It might be trying to switch further east. So
hey, Ryan, it might try and
there.
put down a tornado right in front of us here. I don't know if you can see that motion or not.
Yeah, I can.
Camera.
Yeah.
But here, I'll turn it over one more.
Can you zoom in at all or no?
I don't think so, and I don't want to mess with it right now.
You can see the motion. I can see it on the screen there. What's looking like it's happening here, what could be happening is a little bit of a pass off to the east where that could be trying to become the new mezzo.
Yeah, there's very strong rotation still. Off to our west. I'm not going to move the camera. I'm just looking out the window, but there's very strong north to south rotation looking right from our west here. I don't know where all these chasers came from, by the way, but
looking at Spotter Network, there's a conga line all the way down to the county line. So
yeah, looking outside my window, I can confirm.
That's crazy.
I didn't realize there's this many. Alex, let's go. We're gonna move north again here.
That lowering just to the left of that house up there, that's where my eye's on.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of interested in right now. That's what motion has looked the best so far. Again, I can see some more rotation off to our west, but straight ahead right now is what has our attention. Again, this is a little bit more of a grungy sort of tornado, potential view than we were really looking for, but It's all right.
They just dropped the observe warning down to a radar indicated warning, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, it's like a 10-mile line of chasers from Larned to the county line there. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is the part where everybody just goes slow and says, that's okay. We'll just go 40. We don't need to go any faster. We've seen enough tornadoes. Our steaks are too juicy.
Just for reference, though, this is the road they're on, 19, which is a north-south road. Every green dot you see on this road is a chaser. But that's only chasers that are registered within Spotter Network. There are hundreds of people who are not registered. So that's just kind of goes to show you this is where all the traffic is heading up into Larned here. Zooming out, looking up here, like further down south here in Oklahoma. Look at all these green dots here on this storm down here by Freedom, Oklahoma. It's insane. Up here in northern part of Kansas as well, you got convergence. We call it chaser convergence up here. So this is just kind of goes to show you. You got a lot of chasers out west. Don't have too many here at home. But what was a distinct hook back here is now being absorbed here. When it kind of does this, it likes to kind of pass off, in my experience, pass off to the east here. So the new meso kind of shifts from what was like back here, kind of over here now, and it's kind of congealing. A new one's going to form.
Hey, Ryan, hey, we got a tornado, buddy. I don't know if you can see it just on the other side of those trees there. I think the camera's on it. You got to look off in the distance. It's going behind the trees right now.
Yep.
But we did have a tornado on the ground there momentarily.
Yep, and that would that'd be a confirmed donut hole on radar. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're gonna get around these trees and hopefully we can still have a view up there. That it looks like it's maybe lifting a little.
If it was down, the thing's still spinning like a top, though. It could put down a lot more. So,
yeah, it looks like it has lifted a little bit at this time. I'm more interested in that right there. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Looks like two distinct mesos there.
Yeah. Can you see the one off to the left a little bit further in front of the bright clouds? That has my attention at the moment.
It's almost dead center of the screen if that's what you're referring to there.
Probably. We are in a little bit of an RFD right here. We do have winds coming from the west right now. So that tornado that we saw briefly has since lifted.
I think that meso on the right side is going to be the play there.
Oh, here it's coming back. It's coming back again.
Yep, it's trying to bowl out right there.
Can you see it?
Yep, dead center of your screen. Yeah, it's going to try.
We might have twins here momentarily.
That one on the left is dying out there. New meso to the right there. It's tightening up there really well.
Ryan, can you Snapchat me a link to this stream, please? We got emergency services pulling up. Gotta make sure. I don't know why we're going slow. No, the YouTube link, Ryan, as it's viewed on YouTube, please.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I should have been more specific.
I got you. That's easier. It's a very distinct bowl shape. That's probably a funnel right there.
Yeah, we'll see here in just a second.
Ironically, they just actually issued a severe for it instead of a tornado warning.
I'm still interested in this over here. Yeah, it's still, it's like, it's, 90% of the way to the ground right now. We got a couple slow people in front of us. That's okay. There's plenty of tornado for everybody.
I also just kind of keep an eye on that. Look at dead center in front of your road there, just to the right. That might be a new meso forming for you right there, kind of passing off.
Yeah, no, I see that. We see all of it.
Look at all the chasers. That is insane.
This ain't even bad, honestly. I've been in a lot worse conga lines than this before. Yeah.
That's crazy.
at some point in time, we're going to need a road here. We should be getting close to this town. Yeah, we are. Another 2 miles.
You may want to avoid town if you can. Take one of the roads to the right, then the left. You'll avoid town. It's a pretty big town. Is that coming down even further?
Yep, it's going to be right in front of us there.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice cone.
We're going to try and get a little bit further up here.
If this goes on the ground, I'll put Facebook on it.
It was on the ground there for just a little bit.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, radar's not very impressive on it, which is insane. This kind of goes to show you that radar is not always 100% accurate. Yeah, I think that new mezzo is forward to the right of the road there.
Yeah, we're trying to. Yeah, watch up in there. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, no, that was definitely a real quick, brief tornado. Fortunately, it appears to have lifted before coming near this town. We're about to drive into Larned, Kansas. Might still try and get it here. I really don't want to get off this road because we're going to lose our spot in line.
Right.
I don't see anything over here.
No.
It's gotta be. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. If it's anywhere, it's right in here.
Yeah,
Could
that's
be.
your new mezzo.
Yeah, again, a little grungy for the time being.
Yeah, they issued severe warnings all the way out from Pawnee Rock to Great Bend, all the way up toward Hosington. They had put a long warning on it. While there's a break in the visual action there, I'll go ahead and take back radar. Just kind of show you guys where we're at. So we're in Kansas, zooming way out there. We're in the dead center of South Central Kansas. Nothing happening in Michigan tonight. We zoom in here. This supercell has been continuing for the past about 2 hours across the southern part of Kansas. It has produced tornadoes before, kind of going back here. It's been, all the way down here from Oklahoma. Supercell has traversed all the way from Texas, really, as it first started as a itty-bitty updraft. That continued northward, split off into a couple supercells there, continued into Kansas, and is now moving into the Larned, Kansas area. So this is what we call a cyclical supercell, producing many different tornadoes over several hours. It'll likely continue for several hours as well. It looks kind of messy right now on radar here. There's no distinct couplet, but as we just saw, as we were seeing that tornado there on their stream, this is what it kind of looked like here on radar. There's not really much in the way of anything that sticks out to me that says, hey, we have a tornado here. We have a brief, a very weak area there, maybe a very weak area here. I think this is the area we're actually kind of watching there momentarily. But as of right now, I believe the latest scan continues that area just north now of Larned. So go ahead and take back Chandler and Alex to stream. Again, this is in Kansas, not Michigan. I'm going to reiterate that as new people join in. I know most of you guys like seeing us, and it's normal to see us live for severe coverage in Michigan. And yes, 24/7 is our policy, but currently today, there is nothing happening in Michigan. And good on the city of Larned for getting their sirens going. That is always good to hear.
The bad news is, sitting at a red light here in time.
Julie says, why do they sound more menacing than ours?
Red light, Chandler. Red light, red light.
There's actually there's a lot of sirens that they can install. It's pretty universal across the U.S. Well, there are some areas that have different sirens, older sirens, but it all really depends on what each township and city wants to install. Most of the bigger cities, like Detroit Metro or Grand Rapids, they usually have what do they call them? There's a name for them. I just don't recall it right now, but it's a very common one.
That's kind of what I was saying. Probably can't see it. Through this town.
Yeah, up here in Michigan, most of our sirens up here are steady tone. Like we'll go up for 2 or 3 minutes and they'll go back down. Out west, they have up and down tones all across the west. Not everybody, but it's more common out there. I know where I live personally, they do up and down tones for like fire calls, accidents, and medicals, but the tornado siren is steady toned.
Ryan, we should have a pretty good view of it here. Once we get through this town, we got to take a right here at the stop sign.
You following 56 up?
Get through here, yeah. We're gonna just run 56 straight up. The great news is we actually have a road that runs parallel with the storm, so we're gonna do that. It's kind of wild. Those people in front of us are driving in, they're storm chasing in a manual Honda Civic. That's pretty wild to me.
Something else.
Thank you, Joe. That is what most of the cities have, Federal Signal 2001s. I believe those ones are like the ones you see that are like white and they're on like a cone shape and they spin around. I'm not a siren expert, so if I'm dead off, someone's gonna let me know. I just know there are a few siren experts here in chat. So, but that's the most common one across Michigan. Odds are, if it sounds creepier, it's usually an older model. So I'll take back radar here while they're driving through the city. This is the storm that they're on, and it is on its last leg of the tornado warning. It is now severe warned all the way up here toward the Wheasington. This is going to be up in Barton County, Kansas. This storm did have tornadoes on the ground, numerous tornadoes over the course of the past hour to 2 hours. And as of right now, I believe it's going through a cycling phase where it's just not doing much of anything. But it does continue to be a supercell, just not really putting down tornadoes at this point. We'll see if it can strengthen back up here. For those wondering where Chandler and Alex are, they are one of these dots here. They just turned right on this 56 road that runs southwest to northeast. They're one of these dots. I don't know. They're probably like right about there. I don't see their dot on, but they're somewhere right there. So they're right there looking up into the storm. They have a pretty good view, actually. Let's go ahead and take them back. They're looking right up into it. No. There it goes. Maybe. Looking at the storm from a visual perspective, I don't see anything overly organized, but that whole entire, we call it a base. It looks decent, but we want to see like a wall cloud underneath that. Like there's no organization with this at this time, so we'll see what it does. When I say organization, I usually refer to like the low-level organization because it is organized there in the mid-levels for sure.
Ryan, I don't know if you can see that rotating scud there to our left.
Yeah, a
I
little
tried to
bit.
turn the camera as much as I can, but you know, we're trying to figure out if this thing's going to try and do something again. We got pretty low scud here, just off
Yeah,
to our left.
your LCLs
Again,
are
it's
really low.
pretty grungy. But we do have northerlies where we're at right now. We got a lot of people stopping up here. They must be thinking the same thing we are.
Right here.
Maybe. I think we can go a little bit further. Just so you guys can see what we're dealing with.
It's been long.
Yeah, I want to go a little further.
.217 at 21 is our storm vector. Sometimes you'll hear myself or Jewel shout out numbers at each other during the streams, and that's basically just communicating that the storm is moving at a certain direction. In this case, it's moving at 217 degrees to the northwest and 21 knots. So that's what those numbers mean, and they matter because we input them into radar, and it gives us more accurate data based on the storm motion. So it's important that we had those numbers. Summer asks, do all Michigan chasers and partners have flashing lights on their vehicles? The answer to that is yes and no. Some do, some don't. We typically will not use them unless we're actively chasing a tornado or what we think may be a tornado. Or if we're stopped on the side of the road and want visibility, I'll personally turn on my my steadies just so I have more visibility. But some do, some don't. Yeah, Julie's always here in chat. Dawn is as well. Hadley. We have a great team of moderators here. How do I become a moderator? Well, right now we are set on the YouTube side of things. Look, there goes Tiv again. Tiv 2. Whoops. Camera just shut off there. Go ahead and take back the radar. I want to go ahead and flip over here to the advanced radar. Just there we go. But no, we're set on the moderator side for YouTube. We may have need on Facebook, but as of right now, I think we're going to be okay on that front. Facebook's a little weird. I assume most of you guys watching are regulars who are here for most all of our streams, but so I can kind of be more personal with you guys. Facebook streaming wise is, we'll put it this way. It doesn't give us the ability or the options or the necessities to make sure the experience on Facebook is suitable for viewers. We have very limited options. So that's why we try and drive people more so to the YouTube side of things, just because we have more options over here. We can do, like, for example, Julie, put a prompt in chat. If Julie wants to communicate something like, hey, we have a weather radio we recommend, or we have this or that, she can put a prompt out and she can immediately put a link out there in chat. Facebook, though, doesn't give us that option. For example, Julie just put in chat there, fighting, radio. You know, those are all prompts that are activated by our bot, and it drops a link there for you guys. And that helps a lot of viewers. If Facebook incorporated that, that'd be great, but they don't. Yeah, YouTube is definitely superior in terms of viewership. The unfortunate part of it I guess not really unfortunate because we are a huge following there, but our Facebook viewership is, 10, 20x what it is on YouTube. So we can't just leave the Facebook platform because that's where we reach the most people, and that reach is important during severe coverage. So no, we're not going to leave Facebook. It's just I wish that we could have a little more options and customization with Facebook, and it's just not possible. Looks like they just dropped that. Actually, they didn't drop it. They just cut it off on the warning, trimmed it back. That warning now continues. It's a severe warning for Barton County, Kansas. And ironically, there is a town called Dundee there. And I know we have a Dundee here in Michigan, but again, that is not Michigan today. There is no severe in the state of Michigan currently or expected. Looks like this is trying to tighten back up a little bit on radar, Chandler. If you're talking to me, you're muted. Maybe you can't hear me.
What'd you say, Ryan? Sorry, we had the windows open.
Oh, all good. I just said, looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit on the latest scan.
Yeah, we've
Or at
got
least-
some interesting directionals directly over us right now, and then also behind us. So if I keep going here, I've got inflow. So I'm just trying to make sure we get past that. And we are hitting some precipitation. It's just grungy. It's just messy. It's cycling. It's trying to do 18 different things, and we're just kind of trying to run with it at this time. And like I said, it's just kind of messy, grungy. We had a tornado for a little bit earlier, but since then, there hasn't really been much to write about.
I want to take back the radar here and just kind of show the guys what's happening on radar. So if you go ahead and take this back here, kind of look at this house kind of more so, we'll call it a rectangular square on the left side. I'll go ahead and take a one panel there. It's just kind of like a blob of rain. It doesn't have like a hook, doesn't really have much in the way of any features. I mean, it has a hail core there. It kind of has a little bit of a forward flank with a little bit of an eagle spread there, as we call it. But as we continue this more so to the north, it looks like it's trying to get organized here on like a backwards C, almost like an N shape there, where this hook may be trying to wrap around just a bit. And that tells me we have some organization going. And velocity also or supports that with increasing inflow into the storm here just to the northwest of the Pawnee Rock in the Dundee, Kansas area here. So we'll have to see what happens if it's going to cycle and try and put something down there. If it does, it'll be either directly over or very close to Chandler and Alex here. It feels like fall in Michigan today. It does. It really does. And that's why I posted twice in the past 2 days about your free subscription to
Hey,
fall.
Ryan,
Go ahead.
if you want to show the viewers a real conga line, you can show them the storm just south of Etna and Medicine Lodge and show them all the chasers that are down there.
Yep. So what he's referring to here, I stop my screen share and put it back over here to Radar Omega. Every dot, yellow, orange, or yellow on this, or green, yellow, or orange on this map here is a chaser. And yes, we have probably hundreds, if not 500 plus chasers on the cell down here in the panhandle or close to the panhandle of Oklahoma. That is insane. This is like a chaser. Like they're all over the place here. We got some big names in there too. It looks like we got Aaron there. Looks like we got Vince. We got looks like Chris, or that's Brad Arnold actually. Some of the bigger names here in weather down there chasing too. So that is a conga line. I say I like the way it looks, but as a storm chaser, I like the way it looks. But as someone who also doesn't want to see destruction, I don't like the way this looks. Let's go ahead and take it back here to Chandler and Alex. Are you guys seeing any organization with you, or is it more so just a base with a mess?
It's pretty unorganized from our point of view, Ryan. It looks like there could be some rotation to our north. It's tough for me to see. It's really grungy. I know I've said that word like a million times, but it is. It's really grungy. It's kind of tough to see. Within the next couple miles here, I'll see if I can find some I can pull over.
It's trying to get its act together again.
Yeah, it looks to us. It looks like it's trying to cycle right now. Right in the middle of it, by where the tracker is, you can see. Yeah, you can see a blip of higher DBZ, indicating most likely some rain. So we're gonna go another mile or two here, find somewhere to stop and just sit and watch and see what this thing's gonna do here at the golden hour. See if it gets its act together enough to give us a little open field treat, or if we've cashed in our cards for today.
Question for you guys. I do not know the answer to that. Probably should, but you guys probably looked at models. Is there going to be an LLJ that kicks up after dark?
It's supposed to be already kicking up now, but you know, it's likely it's like we're looking at another 520 2019 type of situation where a lot of the convective allowing models showed major supercellular coverage over central Kansas, and then we have this one. So, you know, it's something where the state certainly looked out, as they don't have to worry about widespread, intense supercells capable of large to violent, long-tracked tornadoes. So
that's always a good thing to hear, though.
Yeah, it's really, you can't ask for any.
We'll let them reconnect here. Again, when you're underneath these big storms like they are, Starlink doesn't do the best job at staying connected. So there we go. It usually reconnects in a few seconds. Kevin, I see you were at Hidden Lake Gardens today. That is actually fairly close to where I live. Haven't been there in years, though.
Well, Ryan, it would appear that it has gone tornado warned again.
Yep. Radar indicated.
You know where. We don't see much here. We've got RFD going over us right now. We're going to hop out here for a minute, okay?
Yep, go for it. Well, they're hopping out. I'm going to wait for this new warning to pop in here. I'm actually going to share my entire screen. That way you guys can see what exactly I'm doing with this advanced software. I'll wait for this to pop in. There it goes. So the warning here, at the very bottom, we're going to flip this over here. It gives us a direction and speed. It says 210, so 210 degrees at 31 knots. We're going to go up here. We're going to type that in. We're going to go 210 degrees at 31 knots. And this is going to give us a different look at the rotation. And there you go. There is your distinct rotation there just to the west of Dundee. And that is why the product and inputting the right data makes a world difference when you track these storms. So, pretty cool. Yeah, and this is also, I can kind of, I'll flip this back over here to Radar Omega. I apologize for flipping this so often, but I do want to draw in GR2. If GR2 product let us draw, it'd be the perfect software. I wouldn't use Omega. I lied. I still use it for the tracking and the roads and stuff like that. But looks like we have an inflow notch coming in here. As inflow winds are going into this, we're probably going to see a hook try to wrap around on this side and try and tighten up and put down something here. And again, this is not in Michigan. This is in Kansas. We have chasers out in the Kansas area, but there happens to be a town, unfortunately, called Dundee right here I know we have a Dundee here in Michigan, but please, no one freak out. This is not for Dundee in Michigan. This is only for the Kansas area. No severe weather's ongoing in Michigan, so you guys can sleep well tonight. We are going to take their feedback. Again, they are going to be looking right at the area of interest here, and I'm trying to make out, in my experience, what I'm looking at here. Probably dead center of your screen would be the area of interest, though it's very hard to make it out. Yeah, Dundee's been hit twice in the past 13 years. They had an EF2, almost an EF3 back in 2010. And then I believe in early 2023, they had a brief, a weak tornado that hit downtown. So, yeah, Dundee's had their fair share. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, dead center of your screen, just to that right of that pole that's sticking out of the ground, not the telephone pole, but the white pole, it looks like there might be a lowering trying to take shape there, but it's kind of pixelated, grainy, kind of hard to tell for sure. Have a comment here in chat asking to check our weather cameras. Cloudy. That's going to be the story across the state today. I can pop it in here for a brief second, but they have a good shot here, so not too long. But I'll go ahead and pop it in. There you go. All 8 of our cameras. We have a double cam here at Harbor Beach, but it's cloudy. Probably the best view tonight. It's going to be up at Manistee. What a surprise that is! But a little bit of a sunset there. Nice. Looks like a shark cloud, like a shark beak. I don't know what I'm trying to describe that, like a long swordfish type of, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. But you guys, I hope you guys know what I mean. What's the word I'm looking for? Is it a swordfish? Swordfish, little, I don't know. I'm gonna give up on that. Shark beak. Looks like we're going to move again here. What are you guys seeing out there? Wait to see if they can hear us. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and take a look back here at radar. And looks like rotation is continuing right near that north of Dundee area. Do I have a better radar on this by chance? I'm getting... is there a better radar? I don't think there is. There's a radar hole out here in Kansas. That's crazy.
Ryan.
Yes, Chandler.
We don't see as much of this rotation as radar is showing. So we're thinking maybe it's going to go like due north of us, but ultimately we just don't see that much right now, to be honest with you. It's grungy. I have the camera pointed to where the rotation could/should be, but it's just a big grungy mess.
You know what it kind of reminds me of, Chandler?
What?
It reminds me of Memorial Day back in 2019 in Indiana. Looks like a very similar picture that I kind of ran into, where it's kind of like really grungy. But within all that grungy mess, I had like numerous tornadoes dropping out of it. It was really weird. There was no distinct wall cloud that day. It kind of looks similar to what you're seeing right there to your left of your screen. So it is interesting. But yeah, I would agree with you. There's nothing that looks visually organizing or appealing as a storm chaser. You want to look like that lowering or, some guidance, but there's just nothing there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of it because it really reminds me a little bit of the 5/20/2019 day where everything was this kind of low and grungy and messy.
It should be due north or northwest of this flanking line here.
Right. I mean,
it looks like it's intensifying slightly on radar. Even.
It does. Back.
Yeah, it is intensifying there just west of town.
We're having a heck of a
Looks like we lost them just for a bit. Oh, then they're back.
Yeah, like I was saying, Ryan, we're just having a tough time seeing anything concrete. I mean, we had a nice little brief tornado again when we started the live stream, but we're about 20 minutes into the live stream. But since then, I mean, there's just not a whole lot going on. It looks on radar like there is, but at least from our vantage point, not really. I mean, I can't really turn the camera much more. You're just going to see the side rails of the car. But we're looking due north at where this rotation could / should be. We don't see anything.
How far out are you from Great Bend? I don't have your dot still, so I have no idea where you're actually at.
Probably 5 to 10 miles.
5.8 miles.
5.8 miles, Alex said.
Okay, so you're back there a ways then.
Yeah. Well, I'm sitting here. I'm looking at my clouds going right out the window here, and they are moving due west at this point in time. So I don't know if that'll be the same once we stop, but we're probably going to run with this into Great Bend here, maybe a little bit further, and just see what's going on. Again, there's some grungy lowerings to our north, but they shouldn't be as far as what this thing actually is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like I actually like the last scan there. Looks like it's really trying to increase intensity. It looks like we lost them for a brief second there. Go ahead and take back radar. But looking at the radars in particular, when you see these bright red colors start coming together, it looks like it's trying to get organized here as it moves just to the west and mid north there of Great Bend. Looking at the radar too, Chandler, look at the reflectivity, a very distinct backwards U.
What was that, Ryan?
Look at your reflectivity. There's like a backwards U of your hail core very distinctly. It is rotating hard on the mid levels.
Yeah, we see it. I mean, it's rotating here at the low levels too. We're just having a heck of a time trying to put 2 and 2 together, to be honest with you. There's just nowhere that even looks like a wall cloud. It's just one big line. I mean, unless it's way up in there in the hail core.
Which, I mean,
we're almost into Great Bend, and then we're going to have a north road, so we'll be able to run with it headed due north, which will be nice. But again, if there was anything even close to a tornado, we should be able to see it from where we're at, and we got nothing. The low level jet is absolutely ripping. This thing is sucking inflow like crazy.
I know we got due southeasterlies out of Great Bend.
Nice little backlit sunset trying to fill in there.
I know, that's why I'm saying it would be real nice to have a little golden hour tornado, but I don't have the camera facing forward. I have it facing kind of forward to the left, northwest-ish. But Alex and I can see these low-level clouds directly in front of us just going hard into this storm.
FYI, there is a report here, update to the warning as of 2 minutes ago, that says weather spotters reported a funnel cloud.
Well, it's not us.
Not us.
216 at 30 is the new vector.
I don't know if you can see these clouds, Ryan, moving as fast as they are. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Ready to do it again?
Mm-hmm.
You guys going east?
We just turned east. We are in Great Bend right now. We've got about a mile and a half to 281.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Then we'll run due north with this thing. Yeah, it shows. I don't know if it's because of the hail core that you see that little velocity couplet on radar or what, but
yeah, it's intensifying for sure. It's a nice looking supercell now. The meso's heading up into the Hoisington.
yeah, we'll be about probably 15 minutes from there once we turn on the 281. Gas is $2.49 here, Ryan. Cheap.
Don't tempt me to drive out there just to fill my gas tank.
Just to fill up one time.
Just one time.
And we're about halfway through Great Bend now. Hopefully we can make pretty good time through the rest of it here.
Now we should cue the Jeopardy music. Susie, we're in Kansas today. We are in the Hoisington, Kansas, in Barton County. Chandler and Alex went ahead and decided to shoot west next couple of days. They'll be live tonight, as well as probably tomorrow too, if I had to guess. Although the guys can confirm.
It's really starting to. We need to get to 281. That's what we need to have.
Yeah.
It almost looks like this is almost dying a little bit, but not really.
It's weird, right? It's kind of redoing its thing on the back, and then down by Dodge City, there's more storms that are starting to go up too. So
kind of look how the evolution of this was. It was a nice big old supercell here on radar. I'm going to go ahead and loop it forward here as it moves up toward the Hoisington area. Kind of watch, it kind of shrinks itself. But at the same time, this is shrunk, but the hail core has intensified. But the bad news is, guys, we're looking almost 9,000 feet of the storm.
I know. That's why here at LCLs of 200, we're having a hard time trying to put anything together because it doesn't match what it says it's doing in the upper levels.
You see, I didn't realize how big the gap in Kansas is. We have a radar down here in Dodge City, one up here in Wichita, over here by Topeka, and then the closest one is over here in Goodland and up here by Hastings in Nebraska. There is no coverage anywhere in central Kansas, and I'm sharing the wrong screen. That's crazy. Let me get the right screen up here for you guys. I'll still have everything drawn on the screen. Yeah, you got 5 radars all around Kansas, but the dead center where they get a lot of tornadoes, there's no radar here. Make that make sense.
As of right now, we don't see any tornadoes here either.
We're also looking 9,500 feet up into the storm. That is insane. Looks like a funnel cloud was reported by a train spotter as of 8:40 your time. Looking north, train spotter reported small funnel appearing occasionally, but no tornado on the ground. Okay. So that was near the Pawnee Rock area. As you guys were kind of showing us the base and kind of talking about how it didn't look organized. So
yeah, I don't know. We didn't see anything that looked funnily to us, but we also weren't right up under it, so it wouldn't completely shock me if there was something. But man, there wasn't anything that we saw.
New severe thunderstorm warning. Ping pong ball size hail, tornado possible. Oh. He's trying to do the thing again.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's trying to come around, maybe even go outflow down right there. But I mean, it's tough to tell. 9,000 feet. Just my turn.
Yeah, it's the highway.
It's got that classic supercell look to it again.
Yeah, it does. We're trying to do our best to get out of town within the speed limits and safely. And once we're out of town, we should be able to get a pretty good view of this thing still from the back and the rear.
Well, that's if we don't rear end people.
Yeah. Thought they were going to go. Speed limit is 20. How can we stop when the speed limit is 20? Why? This is one of the most frustrating parts about storm chasing, when you're trying to catch up to the storm and then you hit a red light for nobody going the other directions. Oh.
Gonna wait for a new warning to be issued on the storm. Not sure it's about to outrun the tornado warning. In fact, it has dropped the warning.
This road is, and then this one goes up that way. We can still run parallel to it.
Yeah, they just dropped the warning on that for tornadic wise.
I just don't know what road that is.
Well, I guess they're going to try to figure out where they're going to head. Pull back a radar here. This is a cell we're tracking in Kansas, directly over the Hoisington area. It looks like ping pong ball size hail is going to impact the town of Hoisington. But also do note that the tornado tag says possible on it. So the unfortunate part is we're looking about 9,700 feet off the ground into the storm, and there's really no way to get a lower beam height, because as I just realized moments ago, the closest radar is down here in Dodge City. There is no radar coverage in the center of Kansas. They need to put a radar here in like Hayes or Salina or something, because that is a atrocious radar hole. That's even worse than Michigan. What is our beam height up here further north? 12,000 feet, 13, 16. That's that's actually taller than Marquette's radar beam height there in the UP. That is insane. So yes, they're in the town of Hoisington, between Hoisington and Great Bend. It's going to be in Barton County, Kansas. You got cells developing down to your south too, guys, just so you know.
Yeah, we saw that. You know, it is interesting because we haven't looked at mesoanalysis recently, but they should be moving essentially into some of the best environments conducive for severe weather right now.
You just got super quiet.
Yeah, I stopped talking because we're going 30 and the speed limit's 50, and I'm frustrated and trying not to say bad words on stream.
We're almost after dark hours, so just wait another hour. You'll be able to do some bad words. I'm kidding.
We're after dark out here, I can tell you that much. And the good news is we're also going so slow, we'll just never catch it.
Your current environment there looks like you have a lot of wind shear. You have almost 400 SRH there in the first kilometer.
Do we have any instability?
You have about 800 surface cape and about 2,000 mixed layer.
2,200?
No, about 800 at the surface and about 2,000 in the mixed layer. You're gonna hate this, but your 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rate's 4.4.
How'd you get it so high?
Yeah, no, your environment there. Let's go ahead and go out ahead of these ahead of that cell. Your environment ahead of the cell you're currently on is roughly the same, although a lot less mixed layer cape. Your lapse rate is 4.8.
Yeah, well, we might go north a little bit here more, and I don't know. It kind of just looks like a big blob from back here. I don't think we'd be able to see anything tornadic at this point anyway. So we'll go up into Hoisington here and then see what these storms are to our south are going to do. And if they pop off, we'll go get them. But otherwise, I think we might be done here. You know, we got to see a tornado for a little bit, so that was fun. We were in perfect position for it to cross the road right in front of us for a great view. But, unfortunately, it didn't materialize, but that's okay.
I beg your pardon, but are those blue streetlights?
Yeah, so actually the reason for those, they had a lot of those when I lived in Lincoln. The reason for those was they're a bad batch of LED lights that were made. They're supposed to be just like regular LED lights, but something is off about them. And they got shipped out by a manufacturer all over the country for like a year before people realized it. And then once they realized it, they were like, oh crap, what have we done? And yeah, that's why they're blue.
Interesting.
It's tough. I don't know how they looked on the stream, but they're actually a very deep purple.
Yeah, look kind of blue on stream.
So, all right. Well, we're going to run up into Hoisington, see kind of what's going on up in there, see if there's any maybe larger hail that's left over from this core, see if it tries to hook out anymore. But if not, like we're expecting, it'll probably be chase over until we see what those storms to our south are going to do.
Kind of going around the U.S. here, there's actually a nasty supercell heading into Fort Worth, Texas. It is tornado warned, and it's actually a very similar structure to that of what we kind of saw earlier. RFD bulge here going outward, that's your wind, and your actual tornado is going to be kind of back here within all that. But yeah, that's going to be south of the Fort Worth downtown area. Very distinct, very potent supercell there. But they're up here, our guys up here in the Great Bend, Hoisington, Kansas area on this supercell. Chandler and Alex here, live on the storm. Had a brief tornado earlier. But other than that, pretty quiet day on stream here. We might do it again tomorrow, but no promises on that. What's going on in chat here? I see some questions. Let's go ahead and pop this out. Must have missed a lot of stuff here. Saw Susie's coming asking where you're at. Yeah, no problem, Susie. So that's interesting. Our stream actually reached somebody in Kansas. That's awesome. Yeah, Kansas is very, very flat. But if you've ever been to like Northwest Ohio or even Northern Indiana, or even Illinois, most of their terrain out to the south and to our west of us is very, very flat. It's very chasing conducive.
Ryan, I don't know if you can see the motion directly in front of us, but that's interesting to say the least.
I cannot. I can see the cloud deck, but I don't see any motion with it. You talking like below the cloud deck or like above it? How close to you is it?
I don't know how close to us it is, but maybe
we're looking up or looking down.
No, maybe I'll stop here coming up. But it's rotating like pretty aggressively, very near to us.
They just issued a new severe warning on it with actually no tornado tag on it. So $half size hail is the only hazard they're going to go with. There are radars in Dodge City, Goodland, Wichita.
Ryan, we're going to stop here so you see if you can get this rotation on the camera or not.
Okay. Are we looking up or looking in the horizon? I can't tell.
Look.
Oh, you're looking up.
Can you see the directional changes on that? Through the camera or not really?
Frozen right now for me. Okay, there it goes. And it's frozen again.
It's working on our end.
Yeah, it's going again. Must be kind of in a lag spot there. I can't see much of anything there.
That's a shame because it is cooking right in front of us quite aggressively. We've got winds. So if I look out my driver's side window, I've got clouds and winds going from the south due north. And looking out the windshield, now we're there. But a minute ago, and even a little bit further forward from us, it was moving at us. So there's still some rotation here with this, which is very interesting.
It looks like most chasers are calling off their chase. They're staying down there in Great Bend. They're not following it up.
No, we were just going to run up to Hoisington. That was as far as we were going to go.
Chandler.
Yeah, I see it.
Shenanigans. The entire state is covered, but the problem is we're looking 10 or 12,000 feet up in the air at this point. That's not very accurate for what we're seeing on the ground. It's called a radar hole. For good data, typically you want to see a beam height under 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Once you get over 5,000 feet, you kind of get more inaccurate, especially at 12,000 feet. That's not going to be conducive to what's happening on the ground because the lowest we're seeing is 12,000 feet. There could be a tornado underneath that, and we wouldn't even know. So yeah, the entire state has coverage, yes, but the coverage is not very good. NWS, there's nobody who updates radars. They spin by themselves, but NWS can control the rate of speed that they spin. So if on like days where nothing's happening, like today, they'll probably run the radar at low scan, which is like 10 minutes of scan or so, 8 to 10 minutes. And then on like severe weather days, they can scan as fast as about 1.5 to 2 minutes, which is what we were on Thursday night. So they have some control over it, but yeah, the radars themselves are automatic.
Well, Ryan, we're looking at the cells down nearer to Dodge City right now, and we're
we're
gonna work our way down towards St. John here on Highway 281. bad news is we have to go through Great Bend again. I'm not looking forward to that.
Ain't nobody looking forward to that.
Yeah, but besides that, we're going to just run back down and kind of see what they do as they work their way up. And if they do something cool, if not, we'll run down to Pratt and get some hotel rooms for the night.
Hey, I was going to ask you where you're thinking of heading, setting up shop for tomorrow, but you can answer my question.
Well, we haven't looked at any, day 2 guidance, obviously, since we've been in the car for today. But probably somewhere between Wichita, Pittsfield, Joplin, and Tulsa, if I had to guess.
Okay.
I personally am a huge fan of that area to chase in. I've chased there multiple times, and I've seen tornadoes there quite frequently, actually. And it's a great terrain for chasing, so.
Hendrick has a question for you, Chandler.
Yeah.
What camera are you using to stream right now?
Yeah, so we have a alternate brand to GoPro. It's called a Brave 4. That is the camera that we have that you can see our live picture from. We have obviously our phones in the car. You have an Android, right?
Yep.
We both have Android phones. We have a dash camera that runs at full time. I don't know if you're looking at these cells at all to the south, Ryan, but
they just went severe warning for golf ball size hail.
They went severe warning for golf ball size hail.
Yep, considerable warning there for Greensburg, Kansas.
Yeah, I'm a little more interested in the velocity portion of that, but
oh yeah, I see it. All I will say, the southern edge, can't talk. The southern edge of that is clear air.
So that's it's pretty exciting. We're kind of really looking at that and thinking, that's kind of cool.
Golf ball size, hell yeah, considerable tag.
And it already looks like they're trying to slightly have a little bit of a right turn to them. So as we get down nearer to the Pratt area, we should know what's going on a little bit more.
Your environment down there, just so you know, you have about 1,100 surface cape, 2,200 ML cape. Your 700 to 500 lapse rate is 7.8, but your 0 to 3 lapse rate is 4.5.
Okay.
You have terrific SRH in both levels. You have terrific wind shear, good speed shear. Can I get a hotel out of?
I was gonna say it felt like either like a Michigan or a Dixie setup, right? Where it's just grungy. Sorry, the wind is really strong. I'm trying to keep it off the center line. It is blowing right now. My goodness. It felt like a Dixie or a Michigan setup where the LCLs were really low and it was high SRH, low cape.
Mm-hmm. Also got a few comments in chat here saying that our stream is 10 times better than the TIB stream right now. The TIB apparently has quality issues with their microphone and their videos. So good to hear that. Not good to hear that, but good to hear that. We do our best to get you guys quality content. We're not perfect, but we try.
Well, Ryan, if you're looking at the velocity scan coming up, we are going very quickly south.
I don't understand that because it is. Okay. I see now. I've been watching it for like clear air, and then all of a sudden, like, bam, it's wrapping up there hard. Okay. So they're talking about this cell down here. It is a very distinct meso there. That is going to be interesting. Wow. That went 0 to 100 in a hurry.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So you guys gotta probably cut it off again, probably near St. John or
Well,
somewhere
yeah,
down there.
that's kind of what we're thinking. Bad news
Well,
is I got to go
Godspeed.
back through Great Bend here, so that's good as gone. St. John is about 30 minutes from our location, so
We have somebody in chat here from Hoisington saying hi. Did you guys get any hail there? Welcome in the chat. We're actually reaching viewers tonight in Kansas, Chandler.
huh?
We're reaching viewers in Kansas tonight.
Hello, viewers in Kansas.
Tornado
We are
possible
here,
technical.
of course. GRR. We're out here in Kansas storm chasing, and we will also be storm chasing in Kansas tomorrow. Most likely, there's potential for Oklahoma, but most likely we'll be in Kansas. I don't even want to see that until we get down to St. We can't do anything about that.
The guys are conversing with each other because they see the velocity scan and they're kicking themselves for getting baited north. Right?
I wouldn't say baited north. We were chasing a tornado-warned storm for the last hour and a half
With a tornado on the ground briefly.
that we saw with our own eyes.
And every other chaser in the general vicinity did too.
There's people
When you're a storm chaser, you know it can push buttons, and you could easily tell the responses there. But no, this storm really wrapped up on itself. I had to throw you guys into the bus.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Just throw us under the bus. I told you I don't want to see that until we get there. I see it. We can't get there yet. I want to see it.
Oh man, this is gonna have a tornado on the ground here momentarily.
You should have heard us earlier. This is another case of those phantom red lights where it's like, just why?
We're gonna set this up as a 4-panel here. Look, that's about a minute behind. Actually, that might be on the ground right now.
Ryan.
But you yell at me for a minute.
Ryan. How could you say
Hey, Chandler, do you see my screen?
No, the computer's in the back seat, and I ain't turning around while I'm driving.
And Chandler won't let me look at the radar.
I don't want to see it. We're half hour out of position. It doesn't matter if it puts a tornado down right now. We're in La La Land as far as I'm concerned.
Well, we are technically La La Land because this place.
This is a very nice town, Alex.
Sure.
Ooh, that was almost a red light.
It was orange.
I know.
I was ahead inside the outline of Michigan. Interesting.
Oh, they got their Christmas lights up.
Because that's normal in May.
Yeah. Another good case of the phantom red lights. Where here we sit. Congratulations to the people in front of us on their Buick Enclave purchase. You can see the 60-day tag. You guys can't, but we can.
For those of you who don't know, Chandler used to be a auto salesman.
I've actually sold cars to people in Kansas before. Oh no, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be down if it's not already down.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to turn you off back there, Ryan. I'm here at Phantom Red Light, Kansas, looking at a good town. Yeah, it is a good town. Looking at phantom couplets, wishing I was through town already.
We're almost through town.
See, these other people are starting to get the idea. We're starting to see some storm chasers who are going, oh, it's time to go south right now. We'll just
Taking back the radar here, this is what we're kind of tracking. Zooming out, this is a very distinct supercell here. Follow my mouse, top left corner there. It is wrapping in on itself really nicely. I'm sorry, Chandler, you have to mute me, but this is wrapping very, very hard on itself. So this is likely going to be a tornado here momentarily. In fact, that might be clear air maybe, but that's clear. Okay. But very distinct. Check this out. Look at that hook. That is insane. And I'm surprised that there's no tornado warning on it. Actually, I spoke too soon. It is now warned for lime-sized hail and a radar-indicated rotation. Chandler, I am so sorry.
I'm blasting my air horn through this town just to... No, I'm not really. You guys would be able to hear it if I was. But you know what? No, the good news is it's headed up towards our location. So we're gonna get it. We'll get there.
The crazy thing is, Chandler, for as many chasers that are out there, there is not... Okay, I see two dots on it.
Yeah, that's because we all got baited north with this other storm.
So you do admit you got baited.
Well, I mean, you can call it what you want, but there was a tornado on the ground. The live stream saw it. I don't know if you saw it.
I'm just messing with you,
That's the one. Oh
no. So for those watching, when Alex and I chase together, we have a inside joke, and whenever we see something on radar that we don't like or we wish we were there, we always say, "Oh no," like in a kid's voice. And so if you hear that on the stream, that's just Alex and I being goofy.
It is after dark hours, for what it's worth.
It is.
How far out are you guys? Do you have any?
We'll get there eventually.
Do you have an ETA by chance? Do you have like a
ETA
destination?
Is right as the tornado's looking.
Yeah, I don't know how. We're about 25 minutes outside of St. John right now, and we are 49 miles from Pratt. So depending on what those tracks are going to look like, I don't know if it'll be closer to Pratt where we're going to need to be, but we've got a straight
right turns.
Yeah, especially for right turns.
I would say it's probably on a beeline for Pratt if I had to guess.
Well,
looking at
so are we. We're blasting.
Well, we thought
south.
the other supercell was going to right turn too, and it never did.
So for reference, they're shooting south out of Great Bend. There's somewhere like right about here right now, blasting south here to get in line for this. And this cell's heading up probably between Pratt and St. John. So they're going to cut it off here. They just got to get down there.
Ball size hail, tornado possible tag.
We're going to mute for a minute here, Ryan.
Okay. Don't say any bad words. No, that's actually, in all seriousness, this is actually pretty concerning. This supercell really ramped up there. And whenever you see that little hook and a very distinct ball here, yeah, it's wrapping up. It's really trying to put something down. If it's not already down, it could be down like as I'm talking right now. And I just going to take a 4-panel look at this. It's super hard to tell, though. Geez, there's no CC drop that I see on this, but the rotation here is very, very tight. That is not what you want to see. So I know we have some Kansas viewers in here, so I'm going to go ahead and take back radar. Ooh,
Ryan, real quick, I just want to mention here. So back earlier, about 5-6 o'clock Central Time, when we were on these storms initially, this is what we were expecting the storm to do that was coming up into the Oklahoma-Kansas border. This image that we're seeing right now is what we were expecting that to do. Similar to the one that was down in the Woodward, Oklahoma area at the time. And for whatever reason, it didn't. But this is what we were expecting, just so you know.
right. No, I know because we looked at models this afternoon, Chandler, and we saw what the 15Z HRRR was showing, and it was concerning. And it was a lot earlier than this, but looks like what's happening now is what was supposed to happen 3-4 hours ago. Latest scan, though, really, really ramps rotation up here. That is not a good look at all. I still don't see any debris ball being lofted here, but this is, if it's not down now, it's really trying. It really is. That is extremely strong rotation here. I'm getting gate to gate. There's 52 and 85. That's about 140 miles per hour of gate to gate. So that's like a EF2, EF3 speed tornado at about 2,500 feet up there. And that's really strong rotation. It's trying to put something down if it's not already down. One thing to mention here with this cell as well is the hail concern. Looking at the VIL, there is a good hail core with this as well. So a very typical plain supercell here in Kansas. It is on the border of Comanche County and Kiowa County. I probably butchered those names, but it's going to be just north. Hey, look, another Michigan town, Coldwater. Although we're not in Michigan, we're in Kansas, north of Coldwater here, just south of Greensburg. Luckily, it appears that Greensburg, Kansas is going to be missed unless it really pulls northward or something else develops over here on this side. But as of right now, Greensburg looks to be missed by this to the south. But if you're in, it's not good. If you're in the southern part of, is it Kiowa or Kiowa County? Might be Kiowa. I'm looking at it. But yeah, this is a very serious situation. The warning is still radar indicated. There's no confirmation, but just looking at this, it is, you don't see a signature like that all too often here. Well, I can't say that because I was speaking in Michigan terms, but this is actually Kansas. So we do see these quite a bit more in Kansas than we do Michigan, but anytime you do see it, it's very concerning. That's extremely strong rotation here. What is our storm vector on this? Go ahead, Chandler.
You know, Ryan, it's crazy how fast the storm kind of, I don't want to say spun up because that's not the right term, but if you go back and watch the evolution of this over the last hour and a half or so, went from
yeah, yep,
mediocre to holy tornado producer.
Okay, I just put the correct angle on it and it didn't do anything for me. Let me try that again. 230 at 37. It didn't do anything again. Okay. For some reason, it's not giving me what I want to. I'll leave it on that. I'm going to switch this over just because when we're tracking tornadoes or possible tornadoes, I like to use Omega as my software product here because I can zoom in. I can grab road names here. This is just crossed. I wish Omega actually blew these had an option to increase the text size on this because I can't really see this. So I'm going to switch this over to satellite. Satellite gives me a little bit better view, bigger road names. I don't like the background of it, but the road names kind of pop more. Road 12, this is going to be KC Avenue 17th. This is heading up toward Highway 183 here, 19. Again, I'm covering this as I'm covering Michigan, but this is in Kansas. But I know we have a lot of Kansas viewers here in chat for some reason tonight, so I'm glad you guys are with us here. But bear with us. We're all from Michigan. We're out here chasing. We're storm chasers, so we cover other states as we can. But luckily, this is going to miss Greensburg to the south here. But if you're anywhere south of Greensburg, very serious debris ball here. It means business. It is still radar indicated on the warning, so it doesn't have a confirmed tag on it just yet. But looking at the radar, a very, very pronounced hook here. It was pronounced. Looks like it's trying to recycle now. Chandler, you guys... Yeah, Alex, actually, do you think it's recycling here? Because it looks like it is. Looks like it's trying to pull itself in, perhaps try to hook back around.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Ryan. It looks to us like the two kind of cells north of the Greensburg area are going to do some left splits. And then this thing looks like it's continuing to cycle, and it's just going to turn right and head right up that corridor towards the Pratt area. Now, again,
your volume just got really quiet. Can you up your volume by chance?
I do not have the ability to do that. Is it better now?
This is on the ground. This is on the ground. Look at your 4-panel here. Look at your rotation. There is your meso. Over here is your wind speeds. Look where that red square is on all 4 screens. I centered it here on this particular area up here. It matches a giant CC drop here on the debris tracker. This is on the ground. ZDR hole there lines up perfectly. This is on the ground. This is a tornado that is on the ground, right crossing Casey Avenue 17th here. This is going to be in the southern I'm going to call it Kiowa County. If somebody in chat here can correct me, Kiowa or Kiowa, Kiowa County, just south of Greensburg. Looks to be a tornado that is on the ground. Alex, if you hear me, see if you can confirm that for me. See if I'm not going crazy with this. Alex, are you there?
Hey, Ryan, there's a new MD out just for that area. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Hey, it's PDS on the ground now. Confirmed tornado on the ground.
No, I'm sure it is. We're looking at it here. I have no doubt in my mind that it is. We're hustling south. We're doing the speed limit. We're hustling. We're probably about 30 minutes from being in position. Again, I would expect this storm to continue. It may cycle a few times, but I would expect this to continue. The only thing that we're a little unsure on right now is how foggy it is down in that area. And if we are going to be able to see this thing well at night in the questionable amount of fog. So we're heading down to the Pratt area, trying to head this thing off somewhere around there and maybe Cullison area. We will see.
Oh no, that latest scan, not good. 133 miles per hour gate to gate. I have 170 miles per hour gate to gate right now. 170 miles per hour gate to gate. That is a very likely strong tornado that is ongoing here, just south of Greensburg, Kansas. And it may actually be trying to pull northward in towards southern Greensburg. This ball right here on your screen, I'll go ahead and switch my screen over here to Radar Omega again. Kind of bouncing back and forth between the two. This ball right here, that is your tornado. And when you correlate that with our debris product here, hopefully it's updated, and it is. It's very hard to tell. It's cluttered, but that is your tornado right there. It matches up perfectly. And that is pulling northward. I think it's still going to go south of town to Greensburg, but if you're in Greensburg, anywhere south of that right now, you need to be in your shelter. Go ahead and take a track back at this. So Greensburg is up here if you guys can't see it. If you guys can hear my cat in the background too, meowing her head off. I hope you guys can't hear her because she's being obnoxious right now. But Greensburg is up here and pulling northward here. It's really turning left here. If you're in Greensburg, you need to be underground right now. That is not good. Very intense tornado here tracking this up toward Greensburg, Kansas. This is not good. New PDS warning for Greensburg. PDS tornado and heading toward Greensburg, Kansas. This is not good. The text of the warning says for central Kiowa County, central Edwards County. Go ahead, Chandler.
138.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes.
Hey, I just want to let you know that if this does impact a town, whether it is Greensburg or Haviland or another town that's not either of those two, we have search and rescue stuff in the vehicle, so we will be assisting in search and rescue efforts if they are needed. Again, we're hoping that they're not needed. We're hoping this does not have a large impact on anything, but if it does, we will continue to chase this to provide live real-time data. But if a town is impacted, we will go.
Okay. I'm getting gate to gate on this of 150 at this point. So this is going to be a strong tornado that continues. Just currently about, I'll do exact track because it matters here. About 11 miles southwest of Greensburg, heading in toward the Greensburg area. It's about to cross Highway 183 right now. We have storm chasers that do have a visual, not us here, But we do have chasers, all these green dots here that have reported a very large tornado that is on the ground. Latest scan here, debris ball continues. I'm gonna see if I can't get a debris lofted height on this, just to see if I can't see. I do have software that tells me how based on basically intensity and couplet, how strong it may actually be. See if I can't get a debris lofted height on this. Not yet. Looks about, actually, what is this? Nope, that's cluttered. So debris ball is going to be right here. Pop this back on. Right there, it's cluttered. Currently over Casey Avenue 17th, about to cross 21st Street, Casey Avenue 19th, 23rd Street, and Q Road. And that's going to be moving up toward the R Road area, or sorry, Road Q, and then 183 eventually, somewhere south, hopefully south of the Greensburg, Kansas area. Chandler and Alex are on the north side of the storm, blasting south to try and get a visual on this. This is a very classic supercell. Now, typically with these supercells, they'll take a right turn. So I'm really hoping that Greensburg here is going to be spared. But this is actually pulling very, very hard northward as it's going to cycle. It's going to be very, very close to Greensburg. And as most of you may know, back several years ago, Greensburg actually had an EF5 many years ago. So Greensburg has already felt the effects of strong tornadoes before. This is going to be another serious situation if this doesn't lift. There's your tornado right here. Very, very strong couplet here. Let's go ahead and measure that out here on Omega. 73 and about 77. So we're about 150 miles per hour on the gate to gate. That's equivalent to a high-end EF3 tornado that is on the ground. That's going to be at 2,400 feet. That's pretty low in the atmosphere in terms of what we're looking. We're not looking 10,000 feet up in the atmosphere. We're actually looking pretty close to the ground. So that tells us there's likely a very strong tornado that is on the ground. And I actually have text flying in here from Twitter. I believe we have some pictures, not from our chasers, but I want to see if I can't check this really quick to see if there's any pictures here. But again, if you're in Greensburg, Kansas, or know family, friends, loved ones, anybody in the Greensburg, Kansas area, send them a text, give them a call, because there is a strong tornado confirmed on the ground right now heading up into Greensburg, Kansas. I don't see anything off the top of my head, but I will continue to look for these. And again, Chandler is heading to the south here, moving up toward. They are currently, I'm trying to get a location on them here, but they're flying down here as fast as they can toward Pratt to cut this thing off.
Yeah, Ryan, we're about 55 minutes outside of Greensburg right now. I don't think we're going to have to go all the way there unless there is search and rescue that will need to be done. But I think we'll probably get this somewhere between Haviland, Cullison, Pratt areas. The bad news is there's not really much of a paved road network. So we're going to have to be a little careful on how we chase this thing, because the last thing we need is to be stuck in the mud at night with a tornado of this caliber bearing down on us.
Right. No, I agree with you there. As of right now, though, latest scan, it does look like it may be trying to either cycle or weaken just a bit. Looks like it's kind of meandering there, and then last scan looks like it's really trying to either rope out or become a very narrow mezzo. And the CC is becoming more so scattered versus a very large ball. So that's good news as of right now. See if I can't get a scan on this. Oh, perfect. Debris lofted height of 17,000 feet. Let's get a couplet on that. I can do some math on this. 17,000 feet, and we had a couplet of what looks to be 157 miles per hour at that point. I'm going to pull out some handy dandy the docs, or it's Google Sheets actually. There's actually some software that we use that we can kind of input the data and get a estimation of what the rating on it would be based on historical data. It's not 100% accurate, but it gives us a good idea of what may have happened here or what is happening. So we have a 17,000 foot debris ball, which that means debris is being lofted 17,000 feet in the atmosphere. And we had a couplet of, it's not letting me do anything, is it? There it is. All right, let's try this. So we have inbound. We had what? 107 miles an hour. That'd be 63.5 knots. Bear with me here, guys. 63. And we had a couplet here of about 80, which is going to equal about 60. Do 60. And we had a rotational velocity of 60, 120, so 61. And we had debris lofted height of 17,000 feet. According to the estimate here, it is, again, not official, but the guidance here suggests that it could be an EF3 with winds around 150. That is what the software is telling me. So again, NWS will have to rate this and survey this later, but that is what could be going on here. Very, very classic cycle going through here. Very classic pass off here with this tornado. Their new mesocyclone is going to be passing off to the right of this. So we're going to have a new tornado here. Looks like it's going to miss Greensburg to the south, but come very, very close. Yeah, cycling is basically when the storm kind of dies for a brief second, but doesn't really die out completely. It re-intensifies and comes back. I have to do something really quick. Chandler, if you want to talk for like maybe 30 seconds, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. So we are headed south right now. I don't know what image Ryan has up. Looks like it's the radar image. So this is not a good situation for southwest Kansas. Again, Ryan was explaining a cycle a little bit. What a cycle is when it loses its tornadic power for some amount of time, it may find again, it may not. It's kind of tough to tell. You never really know. But that's what it appears to be doing to Alex and I, and Ryan too, from the sounds of his discussion with you guys. We are in St. John's right now. We have about 25 minutes to Pratt, and then we're going to be turning west to try and see what's going on over there, especially if this runs into the Greensburg area. If people need help out there, we will be out there helping them for sure. It's part of what we believe in and how we storm chase. Not everybody storm chases that way, and that's okay. But that is part of what we believe in and part of how we storm chase. So, wherever y'all are tuning in from tonight, whether it's here in Kansas or from somewhere else or from Michigan, our home state, we appreciate it very much. We really do. We're hoping we can bring some quality storm chasing content to you here in the next 40 minutes or so. If any of you guys are asking questions for myself and Alex, we are both in the driver and passenger seat, so we can't see any comments that are coming in right now, so I apologize for that. I wish I could respond to some, but unfortunately I just can't. So again, this velocity signature that Ryan has up on his stream right now is very intense. This is probably one of the most severe signatures we've seen all day anywhere in the area here, especially where we're chasing for sure. But in the state of Kansas, as well. There have been numerous confirmed wedge tornadoes around the state already today. This is most likely another one. We've been trying to find anything on social media to see if there's any pictures or videos of this right now. And as of this moment, I don't know of any. Alex has not been able to find any either. But we're hoping to get down there ASAP to provide some coverage. Again, we are 21 miles outside of Pratt right now. And once we hit Pratt, we will be turning due west, heading towards that area. If you live in the Greensburg or surrounding areas, this is a very serious situation. Can't recommend enough taking shelter or being safe. But yeah, we are rolling down to see what we can do. We have a deer on the side of the road. No swear words. Is it including due north?
It's cycling bed.
How could even be twins? Yeah, this is a heck of a velocity signature here, you guys. I don't know, again, how many of you watching are from the Kansas area right now, but this is an amazingly bad signature. This is a textbook, large, violent tornado signature, and
6 miles south.
I'm back here, guys. Sorry.
6 miles south of Greensburg.
yeah, you're good, Ryan. This is 6 miles, almost due south of Greensburg, man. I mean, this is just. I mean, I'm not gonna say it on stream. I'm not doing that. I just can't get myself to do it. But I mean, you know what it looks like. We all know what it looks like.
Yeah, this is not a good situation at all. The debris ball is actually back. It's actually massive, looks like, and the rotation has really increased here. That last scan, a very, very distinct signature here. When you see all these bright reds here and the bright blues, and you see like a little bit of like an indentation here in the middle where there's like not much in the way of bright colors. That's the actual donut hole there where the mesocyclone's spinning. That's crazy. This is a tornado, 100% tornado crossing 183 right now. Guys, you're actually on 183 up by Pratt, aren't you?
We are not on 53 at this time. We're on, let me look here. We're on 281 south.
Okay.
We still have about 15 miles to Pratt.
So they're right about here for reference. So they're going to be on this probably within 20 or so minutes if I had to guess. But the PDS warning continues here. And it's taking them back. What's interesting here is it's not turning right. It's turning left. That is weird. Usually these storms turn to the right. So you see more of an easterly track like this. This thing decides to head up this way towards Greensburg yet again, even when it cycled off to the east. So Greensburg, it's just not a good situation at all. That is not good.
Right.
South side of Greensburg, you guys need to be in your shelter right now.
If Greensburg is impacted.
Yeah, I will let you know. It's probably going to be just south of town here, but if it turns left anymore, it's going to impact the southern part of the town there.
Yeah,
but there are homes right now being impacted. Looking on satellite, there are 100% homes being impacted right now, south side of Greensburg. You guys need to be in your safe place. If you guys have friends or family, feel free to share the stream with them. We're going to track this as it moves here. There is a small town here called Brenham, here on Highway 54 east of Greensburg. It looks like it's on a complete dead center track toward Brenham. Let me pull up Google Maps here to get a better idea of how populated this is. This is not a good situation at all.
Hey, Ryan, can you make it clear that this should be treated as a tornado emergency? Tornado emergency now for Greensburg. Catastrophic here. They just issued it right now. So there is a tornado emergency in effect for Greensburg, Kansas. Let me go ahead and read the text of the warning here for anybody watching from this area. The Weather Service in Dodge City has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Kiowa County and south central Kansas. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed near Greensburg, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a deadly tornado. Weather spotters have confirmed this.
and the tornado will be near Greensburg in roughly 6 minutes. So if you guys happen to know anybody in this area, get them aware of this and get them underground now. This is a large, likely wedge tornado moving in toward Greensburg. Looking at radar, we can only assume that this is probably strong, if not violent in nature. Would not be shocked this ends up being an EF2, 3, or even a 4. This is, again, tornado emergency now for Greensburg, Kansas. This is going to track very close to town here. I'm going to flip back over here to my gray background because it shows the cities a little bit better. So you guys watching can kind of get a better idea. I don't know why I didn't switch. Did I click on the wrong thing? I probably did. Hold on. Bear with me. Gray presentation. There we go. There's Greensburg. That's on your screen there. And then also to the east of that, we have Brenham and the small town here of Haviland. You guys need to be in your safe place right now. It's crossing 183 and looks to be County Road N here. Or basically it's called N Road. Moving up here toward 31st Avenue and looks to be 33rd Avenue. So that's going to be where it's heading right now. Again, tornado emergency in effect here for Kiowa County in central Kansas, south central Kansas. It's going to be impacting the Greensburg area in the next few minutes. Yeah, Greensburg has been impacted before, I think several times from previous tornadoes, including the EF5 back in, was it 2007? Guys, am I right on that? 2001 or 7, I believe. I'm not a huge tornado history guy, so I don't know the exact dates, but I do know Greensburg has been hit multiple times before by strong tornadoes. This is no stranger to them, but I just hope everybody's taking their precautions here because this is not a good situation at all being displayed here on radar. Back this up here, get a gate-to-gate velocity on this. Let's go ahead and take a peek at this. 86 miles per hour and 65. That's about 170 miles per hour gate to gate. That'd be equivalent if those wind speeds were realized on the ground. That would be roughly probably an EF4 low end tornado caliber right now, moving up toward Greensburg, Kansas. Looks like it has weakened just a tiny bit, but still we have 91 and 150 or so miles per hour. Latest scan there continues. Looks like GR2 is not loading here. I don't know why, but let's go ahead and run this with Omega. Debris ball tracker. Let's go ahead and flip that back on. Come on, load up, load up. Where are you at? It's very cluttered. I can't tell with that. It looks like it may have lifted. So if I flip this over here to GR2, because it has a little bit better look on it. So follow my mouse here. We're looking at this area right here. This blue ball moves up right about here, and then all of a sudden it's gone. Somewhere in there. It's gone. So I don't see anything unless that can't be it. Yeah, I'd be right dead center there. I don't see any CC. Maybe a small one.
Ryan, it was on another YouTuber stream, and they said it was a giant wedge tornado on another YouTuber stream. I'm sure you can guess who that YouTuber is, but that's some of the...
We can say names. I don't care. We can say names. I just got a picture sent to me. Yeah, that is a very large tornado. As of 8 minutes ago, yeah, that's a very large, likely violent tornado. I do not know if it's on the ground as of this time because the picture is 8 minutes ago. According to radar, we can't assume it's off the ground, but it looks like according to data, it may have been off the ground. But we're not going to assume that just because the rotation here is still very, very. Look at this. Actually, look at this on radar here. Something over here. When you see this, there's your hook, but within the hook, there's actually a donut hole. It looks like a donut. That is only shown when the rotation is very, very tight. That is insane. You don't see that every day. But this is likely still on the ground here, just to the south of Greensburg, missing the town of Greensburg currently by about a mile or two. That is as close as you can cut it. So, geez, that's just when we started to stream 2.5 hours ago. I didn't think 2.5 hours later I'd be covering a potentially violent tornado heading into Greensburg, Kansas, but here we are. Again, tornado emergency in effect here, and also lime-sized hail as well as a large wedge tornado on the ground moving up in toward Greensburg, Kansas area. It may have lifted briefly, although right now I would say probably back on the ground. It's very close here, very hard to tell, but this is likely a debris ball here yet again, just cross County Road N. Chandler, update on your location?
We are a couple miles north of Iuka, Kansas.
Okay, so they're getting closer.
We're going to try a farm road here, Ryan. We're not really 100% committed to this right now, but we're going to try it out while the rain is a little bit lighter. And we're going to head towards a very small community called Byers. And we're just going to see what the road's like right now, because if we go all the way down to the main highway, we're going to have to get north at some point. And so we can either gamble on the roads now, or if we don't like how it is right now, we'll just turn around, come back, wait on the main highway until it comes up here.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
County roads, you know.
We'll update you. So far, this road is paved.
Awesome. If you need my help, I have maps pulled up so I can look at stuff for you.
We are on, I'll tell you what road we're on. We're headed to Byers. We are on County Road 90th Street, Northwest 90th Street. That's the road that we are on at this time.
Okay. Just FYI, you talk and you start fading out. I'm not sure what's going on with your mic, but it starts slowly kind of decreasing in volume when you talk.
I don't know what's going on. I'll turn it off for right now.
You can leave it on. It's fine. But just FYI, I hope you could. I was trying to get you to fix it, but if you can't, it's fine. There's Wichita. Let me find this here on maps here, guys. Give me a second. I'm trying to find where they're at. Dexter, Oxford. Where is this? There's Wichita. We're going west. Coldwater. There's Coldwater. Lexington. Where is there? It is cool. Truesdale, Hopesville. Where in the world? Say that road name again. All right, let's find Byers then. There it is. There's Byers. 90th. Probably that one. Okay. Let's go ahead and take their stream full here. I'm going to eat my food here real quick while I have a chance. But again, this is missing Greensburg just to the south currently. In fact, I don't think I want to do that. I want to get you guys up to speed here. So the tornado currently is on the ground still heading up toward Brenham and Haviland areas. Flip this back on here. Yeah, there you go. Very intense couplet here. It looks like it's probably dead center, about to cross 54 here. I know the rotation may look like it's kind of further south here, but this is a very large mesocyclone. So this whole entire thing right here is likely the tornado. It's likely a very large wedge tornado, and that's the entirety of the debris ball and the rotational couplet is all within this line. So we're going to say probably Brenham being impacted right now, 54 about to be impacted. Greensburg, you're literally just missing this, probably not even a mile to the south and a little bit east. Yeah, we're about a mile away from the edge of the rotation there. That is a extremely close call for Greensburg. But those in Brenham, doesn't look like a big, only two houses. I'm not sure why Brenham is even on the map here. I know Haviland is a little bit more populated here, but still anywhere along 54 here. I mean, if we zoom in here, there's houses being impacted by this tornado. Like right now, there's one there. Like there, this is not a good situation at all. So likely tornado here moving up toward the Brenham area, if not already in there. It's a very distinct hook. All right. Yeah, this is in Kansas. I'm gonna go ahead and pull Chandler's up. I'm gonna go ahead and try and eat my food here real quick. Gosh darn it. How do I? There we go. Now I think I can do this. There we go. So you have radar and you got Chandler's screen pulled up. I'm going to be silent here for like 2 minutes while I eat. I'll try to be quick.
We're also silent here for right now, Ryan. We're trying to just hold it together. We're about 20 minutes from being impacted by this area of rotation. So
All right, I'm back. So Chandler is heading south here. He'll be in position next 15, 20 minutes. Good news.
Ryan, we're actually almost to our location, which is Byers, Kansas. It's a little bit of a smaller community way out, but we're going to hold tight there, and this should impact very near to where our location is.
Yep. So they are tracking here toward Byers, which is right here. So they're on the forward flank of the storm right now. So as the storm moves up their direction, you can kind of tell it's probably going to make a very close path here to Byers. So they're going to have to wait out probably some rain, some lightning. The hail core should miss them to the west and north. So good call there, guys, for just probably staying just east of that core. But either way, Byers is a good position here. You guys could probably cut down to the main highway, one of the main roads here, east-west roads, and cut it off closer to the county line.
We're just trying to maintain some paved roads, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. Take a look back here, velocity and CC, to see if there's anything on the ground still. And likely is. That's just an insane. Yeah, there you go. There's your debris ball. Very, very distinct here, moving up toward the Brenham area. Yeah, that's not good. Tornado emergency continues. Weather spotters confirmed tornado continues as of a few minutes ago. And that is still weather spotters confirming a tornado is on the ground. And the hazard is a deadly tornado. And it's a large, extremely dangerous tornado. So 221, what was that at? What was the text there? So I can put that in my radar. 221 at 25.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes.
Do you want to check on your maps to see if 80th Street, which heads east or west, or 70th Street or 60th Street, or anything north of Byers that goes east-west is a paved road? We're having a tough time figuring that out over here. We'll sit in Byers if we need to, but we can definitely be closer to this.
Yeah, it looks like they're all dirt. Looks like 70th looks like the best condition if I had to take one of those roads. But they're all dirt from what I'm seeing.
Dude, no, don't talk to us.
Don't go 50th. 50th is a 2-track.
Okay, hang on. We got local stopping.
Thank you for that super chat, super sticker, Brittany. Appreciate your support there. Large CC drop now on the ground heading into Brenham. Large CC drop. That is your debris being lofted. Yeah, it's just not good. Haviland, you guys need to be in your safe place as well. I don't know, probably shouldn't be showing this, but Brad may have a good look on this as well. He looks like he's reconnecting on that. Usually, those chasers like to keep their feeds privatized, but if I can get a good look at it real quick before he. Okay, he's just waiting on it. In fact, I'm going to take it. I can't show that continuously just because of broadcast restrictions. I don't know Brad personally. I don't want to disrespect him, but I'm going to pull it up on my end to watch that feed just to see if I can get some information to kind of share with you guys as he sees it. So I'm going to have his feed pulled up here. I'll just run this radar. The perk of having two radars here. Yeah, very, very strong couplet here. On the Highway 54 right now. Good to know there, Ren. Good to know.
Ryan, we checked out one of these dirt roads. I'm not a fan of it, so we're just gonna back out.
What road did you check out?
I think 70th Street.
90th Street.
Or I'm sorry, 90th Street.
Okay. 40th looks like a good option if you can get down to 40th.
I'd rather not gamble. I mean, we can go check it out. We got time to go check it out. But we're just backing up right now. It looked all right, and it honestly, I think it would be okay. But for a situation of this severity, this is not the time to be gambling.
No, absolutely not.
So
looks like they.
I think it was okay because we can back up. I could probably turn around if I needed to, but I just don't need to at this time.
They went ahead and forwent the tornado emergency for a PDS warning now, confirming a large tornado still on the ground there, but it's not as high a velocity as you want to see for a tornado emergency to be issued. So
It'll be interesting to see how this
PDS.
merger is going to impact things.
Yeah, I see that too. I'm kind of watching that. I also have Brad Arnold's feed pulled up here. I'm not going to share it with our viewers, unfortunately, because of copyright, and I don't want to disrespect Brad, but I'm watching his stream. He's really close to the couplet, and all he's seeing is rain right now. So the thing is likely rain wrap too.
Yeah, yep. Like I said, this merger is going to make things very, very interesting.
It's got a little bit of rotation on its own right.
Mm-hmm.
We want to go down that way to see?
We can. What road did you say it was? 40th?
You know, looking at maps, out of all the ones, I'd say 40th looks via Google Maps, via satellite, like it's in best condition. But of course,
is it dirt or is it pavement?
It's dirt.
Yeah, I'm not interested then.
Okay.
I'm not even going to mess.
Let me go down to. Let me keep on looking down to 30th and keep on going south here. I know
you're good, man. We'll wait up here.
We want to see what that interaction is going to do.
Yeah, and if we got to go back to Highway 281, we can. We're fine.
Yeah, everything down to 10th is dirt anyway. So. Okay. Thank you, Summer, for that super chat. Yeah, I didn't plan to be live for 2.5 hours here tonight. I certainly didn't, but let's turn into something here. We have 649 of you guys watching currently. So going back here to radar, I'm going to zoom out here, and it's a very intense rotation, very large mesocyclone there continues, but we have a cell that's popped up on the south edge of this cell. And if you've been following us here at MSC for long at all, you probably hear Joel and I talk about cell mergers and how they can do funky things. And by funky, I mean like spin tornadoes up. So we have a very potent supercell here. It's about to ingest this cell to its south. So it's about to undergo a merger. When that merger happens, it's likely going to either A, kill the storm, or B, wrap something back up and intensify it further. So I was going to keep an eye on this very closely to see how it interacts with it. And as you can see here, very intense couplet now directly over the highway 54 here, just west of Haviland. You're looking at velocity here. So the greens are going out from the radar. Sorry, the greens are going into the radar and the reds are going out to the radar. So you have winds here meeting gate to gate, 71 miles per hour and 88 miles per hour. So you have 160 miles per hour of gate to gate wind shear here. We're getting close back to the tornado emergency criteria. So let's see if they reissue one. Looking on the stream here from Brad Arnold, he's turning around. He keeps disconnecting. I'm not sure if he's evacuating or if what he's doing there, but looks like there's over 1,000 people watching, so his feed might be kind of clogged. So I can't really get a definitive look. And going back here, as you're kind of watching this in real time too, I just got the new scan, intensifies further. Looks like the rotation's now 85 over 71. So that's still roughly around 155, 160 miles per hour gate to gate. So that's equivalent to a high end EF3, low end EF4. If that's on the ground, looks like a new warning has been issued here. They just issued that. Interesting move there. Even though the couplet's very, very intense, they went ahead and dropped the PDS and went down to just an observe warning. That's an interesting move there. I'm seeing the complete opposite. They say a confirmed tornado located 9 miles south of Greensburg, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. That was as of 1 minute ago. So Chandler?
Yes, sir.
They are confirming a second tornado to the south of the current one, south of Greensburg. So
Yeah.
2 on the ground currently. I just figured this out. 2 on the ground currently. Back here, it almost looks anticyclonic.
I think we might have to, but let's wait.
Yeah, we're gonna go north 2 miles here, Ryan. We're gonna see if we have if this road 2 miles to our north is paved, in case something happens to this road here for us. Okay, just to make sure we have another escape route.
Yep, check out the latest scan on that. That is extreme rotation.
Oh my goodness.
That is extreme. This is probably one of the strongest couplets I've seen. This is 90 against 80. That's 172 miles per hour gate to gate. That is insane. So yeah, there's a second tornado back down here to the south. It almost looks anticyclonic in nature. Interesting. I don't know about that one, but the cell merger is now ongoing. So we'll see if this kills the current mesocyclone up here, or if this is going to intensify it further. If this intensifies further, that's not going to be a good look. VROT is 71.9 knots. Wow. Wowzers. Oh, that's not good at all. It's ingesting it. It's actually, I believe it's intensifying it. Would you guys rather see radar or would you guys rather see a full screen Chandler?
Hey, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
If this goes tornado warned for buyers, will you let us know just in case we're lagging a little bit behind?
You got it.
Look dirt to me. I think we should run this south a couple miles too, just to make sure that it's going to stay paved.
Yeah.
a couple miles to our south.
Because we're just north of Byers now?
Yeah, we're just north of Byers. So. I mean,
watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Thanks.
Nice.
Okay, latest scan looks like it's a little bit weakening just a tad bit. We're down to, man, still 150 miles an hour gate to gate, so it's not really weakening much, but it's better than 150 or 170. Cell merger in progress.
It's still foggy as shit. Oops, sorry. I said a bad word, Ryan.
It's after 11 o'clock, so we're after dark hours. We're just going to remove Chandler off the screen. No more storm chasing for him. Kidding. We'll bring him back. Looks like 2 mesos now. Very, very distinct mesos here. One here, one there. I have a report here in chat saying that Brad said it was the biggest tornado he's seen in his life. I'm not sure if that's confirmed or not, but if that's the case, that must be something because Brad's an experienced chaser out there. So if he's saying that, that's pretty big. Mesocyclone is the basically part of the storm that's rotating. That's the updraft that's rotating of the storm. So you see this entirety of the green and red, that's called a mesocyclone. It can be a tornado. When we say the meso, it's just a big short term for mesocyclone, which is rotation. I wish Brad's stream wasn't popping in and out like that. I wish I could have got a good visual on that, but I did see a picture from one of the chasers that I follow on Twitter, and it was a wedge, that's for sure. That was just south of Greensburg. So 2 areas of rotation now continue to trek northeastward here, directly toward. Yes, sir.
Can you make a note just by you there, in case Alex and I forget, that the intersection of 110th Street and 70th Avenue going west is paved, but going east, it is not.
So 110th and 70th, you said the east was not?
Going east is not, but going west is. We're trying to map out some escape routes here because it looks like it's probably going to be very close to impacting the small community of buyers. And depending on what we need to do and how aggressive we're going to be with this, we're just trying to make sure we've got a couple different escape routes here. 70th Avenue is paved north and south, so we're okay there. We can run either way, but I'm just trying to make sure we've got a couple different routes here.
Okay. I'm going to dual box you with radar, and yeah, it looks like 2 mesos now. I'm sure you guys are watching radar, but it looks like very. Yep. So also that southern cell doesn't look organized now. Also has that look to it too. So see what it does. I'm going to relax for a second since I'm off camera. I'm going to lean back here and I'm going to let you let your camera roll here with radar. "105 miles per hour next to 70. So we're actually back to right around that 170, 175 gate to gate. Now, when I say that, basically that just means that winds are, if it was on the ground, obviously it's not. This is about 3,000 feet up in the atmosphere. But if these winds are on the ground, it's equivalent to an EF3, EF4 type of tornado. That is how strong the rotation here on radar currently is. I want to do a 4-panel look here. I know it gets confusing sometimes, but yeah, there's your debris ball. It's back on the ground just to the north of Haviland. Very distinct debris ball now. I bet you that's going to turn blue here at the next scan. So the greens that you see here on the bottom right of your screen, that's a little bit of a debris ball. It turns blue, grayish, and essentially black. That is when it starts to loft debris very, very tall. And there's your latest scan turning blue there. We'll likely see that turn even further blue here in the next couple of scans here. 105 miles per hour next to 105 next to 58. So about 163 gate to gate, which is equivalent to a high-end EF3, low-end EF4 type of tornado. Looks like they just re-upped this to a PDS. No, they did not. They have continued the observe tag on this. So just an observe warning. I take that back. It is now PDS again. PDS continues. The box I'm clicking is kind of within another box, so I'm probably clicking the wrong thing. But it is PDS
Ryan,
still. Yes, sir.
Is that a reissued warning or is it a new area?
Nope, it's same warning. I was just clicking the wrong box.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll let you know if they extend it.
Well, I know. I'm worried about this little tiny community here because there's no tornado sirens going, and we know what's happening. 25 miles as the crow flies from here right now.
Do you know if they have sirens there?
I'm not sure if this small town does or not, but there's none going off because it's not technically in the warning.
Might be a good idea to call 911 and tell them. I mean, I'm sure they're aware of it, but I mean, how are you not aware of this in Kansas that, with a PDS warning coming towards you? But I know some people just don't follow weather, but I mean, you would think the county or the officials, I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate, but you would think that they would have some information on it. But yeah, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground here. And new warning issued, guys. New warning up to buyers. It is a PDS tornado warning. Observed considerable tag with 2-inch lime-size hail for buyers. You hear me? Chandler?
Yep, we're getting the alert right now, Ryan.
Perfect. The text of that warning says
dangerous tornado.
Yep, go ahead and mute them here. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Haviland, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Damaging tornado. Radar confirmed. That is what the debris ball we're seeing here. The impact is you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This is a life-threatening situation. You need to be underground right now. So buyers, I'm going to go ahead and track this out. Any towns I just call out, if you happen to know people who live there or are watching from these areas, Collison, Wellsford, Byers, Hopewell. Those are all the towns or cities or townships that I see in this new warning. You guys need to be underground right now. There's no excuse for you to be outside on the porch, on your backyard, watching this thing roll in. It is large. It is rain wrapped. You are not going to see it. It is time to go inside, into your crawl space, into the most interior part of your house, into your basement. Wedge yourself underneath a table, your staircase, protect your head, get blankets, mattresses, and protect yourself from flying debris. This is a large, likely wedge tornado on the ground moving in toward the Byers-Collison area. This is going to be western Pratt County, currently in the northeast part of Kiowa County. It may very well brush the south and very extreme south and east part of Edwards County. You guys have very little time here as it's moving about 30 miles per hour. It's about to cross the county line right now, just north of Wellsford. And again, debris ball is right there on your screen. I'll pop it over here. This is debris being lofted in the atmosphere right now. That is a confirmed 100% large tornado on the ground right now, due north of Haviland. I'm going to switch back my radar here to GR2. I see Brad Arnold is back just south of it. And again, he has his own thing going. I don't want to show it for broadcast and copyright issues, but I will monitor it behind the scenes. If he has a view, I will let you guys know. Looks like his stream is still down. I'm going to keep it up here just to see if he can't bring it back. But that is, again, large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here, moving toward the Byers area. Our chasers are right there in position. Chandler's got a view on it. Very good connection. And he has all the supplies needed for search and rescue if needed. Hopefully we don't need them at all. But right now, it's not looking good right now for the at least western half of Pratt County here. Looks like I'm sure you guys are watching this, but the new mesocyclone to the south of that cell near the town of Croft, west of Croft, south of Haviland. These are both confirmed on the ground, actually. So 2 tornadoes, one north of Haviland, one south of Haviland, currently on the ground in the Kiowa County of Kansas, south central Kansas. And yes, this is not Michigan. This is 100% Kansas. There's no threat tonight in Michigan. So you're watching our Michigan-based chasers out here in the Kansas area. I got Brad's stream back now, watching it as well. Looks like he's on the southern flank of that. He's getting really intense. Looks like RFD wins, but I can't see anything. And his stream just froze again. Oh, it's back. Waiting for lightning here if I can get a view of what's ahead of him. But he appears to be going very slow in RFD wins. Looks like the latest scan of radar, the debris ball is lifted. So let's hope that continues. This may try and cycle through as well. Looks like the warning back down to the south of Haviland is now tornado radar indicated. On GR2, for some reason, has a purple box, but on Omega, it only says radar indicated. So that southern storm south of Haviland does not appear to be on the ground, but it does have intense rotation, or it did have intense rotation there. It looks like it's kind of died out now. Cells are merging here, so hopefully this is the end of any tornado threat. Fingers are crossed for that, but with these cells merging, I do not know if that's going to be the case. Is Brad public? I believe you can find him on YouTube, but if you have Radar Omega, you can find him on there as well. His stream keeps going down, so I'm not sure how well you're going to connect to him, but I'm watching the stream right now. He doesn't really have much of any view, so not going to miss much there. I don't see Marion on the map here. Margaret, if you could help me out where Marion would be, I don't see it in the immediate path of this storm, so that's good. Unless it's a very small town that's not showing up on my map here. So if you can guide me in the right direction, please do. But I don't see a Marion in the path of this particular storm. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I found it. It's a good ways away, so you got a lot of time there. Cells may die before you get to you. Actually, you're going pretty slow, so I think you'd be okay from this particular cell. But don't let your guard down later on, a couple hours from now, as this cell progresses. Although, looking at the distance, you got about 100 miles to go, so you're looking at probably you're not. This cell going so slow, it's probably not even going to arrive tonight. Probably die out before it gets to you, so you should be fine there, Marion. You should be just fine. You're blocking the shot, man. Looks like the rotation was weak just for a second. Looks like it's trying to intensify or at least maintain itself now. Pop on the debris tracker. It's back on the ground. It is back on the ground there, just in the very far northeast corner of Kiowa County. Back on the ground. I have Brad's stream pulled up. Looks like it's running pretty smooth now. Looks like he has a large wall cloud tucked in the rain with all the lightning. It's hard to tell, but it looks like a very large lowering to this. Yeah, there are two very distinct areas of rotation still with this storm. The main one here would be the brighter reds and brighter greens on the right side of your screen there. But you can't ignore what's happening up here to the west, a little bit north of what's currently happening further south. So 2 areas of rotation. One's for sure on the ground here. Very distinct debris ball here. Guys, any update from you? If you're talking, you're muted. But yeah, if you don't have an update, it's fine. But 120, 130.
Yeah, hey Ryan, sorry, I didn't know we were muted. We just talked to the fire chief here for buyers. He's getting his fire trucks out of here. We're gonna roll back up into town and see if they have a communication channel that we can be on, because I've got a CB in the car. So we've seen one other chaser so far, but yeah. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if you caught it or not, but it's back on the ground here via CC. It looks like it's going to try and split Byers and Hopewell, if I had to guess. So there looks like they're going to try to help the local fire department out here. They're going to try and get some communication with them going at some point. So I'll go ahead and take back the radar here if I can. There we go. So the area of interest is going to be over here. It looks like it's getting disorganized just a bit. Check our debris product. Debris still says tornado on the ground here at roughly 3,500 feet off the ground. So what is this down here? Is that also rotation? It's hard to tell, but there's a little bit of a CC drop back down in here. That could be hail. Probably is likely hail, though. PDS warning continues. The other warning further south here, you got two warnings. The big box up here, the big purple box is a PDS. And the small box down here, even though it's purple, it is only radar indicated. I'm not sure. It must be a GR2 glitch with the software they use. Omega says it's only a radar indicated warning. perhaps some good news there. The rotation is almost gone on that last scan. That went from 100 to 0. Or not, I'm not going to say 0, 100 to 25. Like I saw a state trooper. Likely a small tornado roping out right here. If I had to guess, we're at the county line of Kiowa and Edwards County, just south of Hopewell. We're going to have to watch down here by Wellsford to see what that one does. That could be tried to organize down here. But as of right now, that rotation appears to be weakening, so hopefully that continues. Hopefully the merger kind of killed off the updraft of the storm. That's my guess. That's my hope. But on the flip side of this, I do think the new area of interest can be further south here toward Cullison. As these merge, the mezzo is going to shift further south here. Guys, if you're watching this, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think we're going to have a transfer here of the mezzo further south momentarily. You're muted still. Yeah, no debris ball that I see either, which is good news. But these things have ramped up very, very quickly and also ramped down very quickly as well. So we can't let our guard down with this. GR2 is glitching hard. Has this year been active? Is it just me? It has been a very active year. For the plains, though, I mean, I can't say it hasn't been as active. The Great Lakes region, the Midwest, yes, we've been very active. We're actually well over our average of tornadoes in Michigan. Indiana is well over their average, about to be second place all time for the number of tornadoes they have. Ohio has 16. So we're all at or above average. Ohio's a few below. I think Ohio's average is right around 20 or so. But yeah, we've seen our fair share this year again. Kentucky's over, I know. Iowa, it's going to be another record year most likely for the Great Lakes region. But out west, things have been pretty average. Not much, not many outbreaks. This is one of the first bigger days we've had this spring as well. So, guys, any update?
Give us just a minute.
Yep. Looks like the cell is went from a. Go ahead and show you guys how the evolution of this happened. Cell popped up to the south of the current supercell, so it was by itself for a while there, and then itty bitty cell said, "I want to join you," and now they've joined forces, and now it looks like the cell is a little bit more disorganized. So we'll have to see if it gets its act back together, or if it's over. It could go either way. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But as of right now, the town of Byers looks to be okay. Can't give them the all clear yet, obviously. But as of right now, the strongest rotation has shifted to the south here, back toward Wellsford, between Hobbleton and Cullison. Looks like the warning just dropped off, and they continued the PDS. Are they continue it or what? 10. Okay, I'm waiting for them to trim this back here. Last update to the warning was 20 minutes ago. So we'll see what they can do here. But I don't think at this point it's still on the ground based on what I see. Let's load this up and back it up there. Yeah, so there was your tornado there, your debris ball. right here, moved through Wellsford up, and then all of a sudden it's pretty much gone. So good news on that. Actually, I'm showing the wrong radar here. Kind of back it up here. There's your debris ball. It looked to be your debris ball. And then it's just kind of gone.
Hey Ryan, we just wrapped up with the fire chief here in Byers. We told him to keep his stuff here because it looks like it's gonna be okay here for right now, and we're a little bit more concerned about that back end towards the south.
Yep.
So we're gonna work back east to 281 and then south. This is not the storm to hook slice.
Nope, not at all.
Especially at night. So we're gonna work to 281 and then go south, and then see what happens from there. Because it looks like it's trying to either hand off or create a new hook to the rear of it there. So
yeah, nice classic merger there. Good call.
Yep. So we're going to see what it's going to do. It looks like it's gearing up to do something big again. And so we're going to try and meet it down there when it does.
Okay. I'll pull up Mezzo in the meantime here. So mesoscale analysis is real-time data that I can point, click, and get basically a reading on the entire atmosphere. Chandler, do you copy?
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know what happened the past like 2 hours, but your surface-based CAPE ahead of that cell is 2,800. Your mix layer is 3,500. Your lapse rates are 7.1, and you have almost 40 knots of first kilometer shear and almost 500 SRH in the first kilometer. This thing has a lot of stuff working for it. Your supercell composition is 50.
5-0?
5-0. I'll snap it to you.
Wow. That was modeled earlier, but we didn't really believe it.
Your STP on the fixed layer is 8.4. On the effective layer, it's 14.7. So all what I basically just told him, for those of you following along at home, I have no idea what I'm talking about. This environment is juiced. That is the gist of what I just told Chandler. That is a high-end environment for the cell. So I do not know. I did not look into the overall dynamics of the system. I'm not chasing. I don't cover Kansas typically. I had no reason to look at this, what's happening out there today. So I personally do not know the dynamics at hand. But what I can tell you is, looking at the thermodynamics and the kinematics involved here, we are looking at a high environment here. So as long as the cell can maintain intensity, this is going to go for a little bit, probably another hour or two. So I would expect, like Chandler said, for this to wrap back up on itself. And in fact, it looks like it already is trying to do something. And yeah, there you go. Tight rotation back now near Cullis. So this is going to be a very tornadic producing supercell for probably another hour or two. The good news, though, is it's moving slow. So it's not going to cover a lot of population in a short time. It'll likely die before it gets too far into the eastern part of Kansas. But in the meantime, the threat will continue here. This is going to be for Pratt County at the current moment. Stafford County needs to be on the alert, as well as Reno County, and maybe, just maybe, the very far northwest corner of Kingman County in south central Kansas. The observed PDS warning continues, Chandler.
I heard that, Ryan. We're working back towards 281, and we're going to blast south towards Iuka and Pratt.
Sounds good. So I'm trying to figure out where exactly they continue this warning, saying there is still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Hopewell. But that particular area, there's not much going on there. Is there a CC drop there? No. I don't know what that PDS was continued for. And also, they trimmed the warning back from Hopewell. So is that a mistake on their part? A large tornado was located near Hopewell, but the Hopewell's not even in the warning. They hope they update that, because that's not correct. Yeah, that's not good. It's wrapping up on itself very nicely there. So what Chandler is currently doing is he was over here in Byers, which is right here. He's going to shoot back to the east to this main north-south road here. And I believe he said he's going to drop down toward Pratt. So he's going to easily beat this over, but he's going to probably have a visual here and also have a really good view as well, because the hail core of the storm here, if they're currently in it. Do you have any hail, Chandler? I don't see any hail in his stream. I'll go ahead and pull him up here. Go ahead and dual box this again. Maybe some small hail in there. Fire Up Chips has a good question. Why don't we get storms like this in Michigan? Well, today especially is what we call a dry line setup, and dry lines very rarely occur in the Great Lakes region. I almost said Midwest. We do have dry lines sometimes in Iowa and Minnesota and Nebraska, those areas. But over here in like Indiana, Michigan, Ohio territory, our little localized region, we very rarely get dry line setups. And when you have dry lines out west, you get these isolated supercells that really just ramp up and just crank. When that happens as well, we still have the jet that kicks in, low-level jet after dark. That also aids. We had that here in Michigan, but they really experience it out there as well, coupled with that dry line, very unstable environment out there too. So they have a lot of colliding air masses out there that really just ramp these things up. And we do see storms like this in Michigan, just not as often as they do out west. Think back to May 7th, though, over here in Michigan. We had two supercells in Kalamazoo, Portage, and also one down in Cole and Sherwood. Those are very classic supercells, just like out here in the plains. I'm more so concerned for Luca than I am Pratt. I think Pratt's going to be okay. Looking at this, it's going to take probably a right turn over here toward Luca. I don't see anything saying that Pratt would be a concern. Looks like the rotation's back here. Very distinct donut hole here on radar again, but I don't see Pratt being the issue. I have Brad Arnold stream pulled up, as well as Aaron J. Jack.
Ryan, we're coming up onto Highway 281 right now. We're going to work down to Iuka. We're waiting for a new velocity scan on our tablet to come in. See what it's going to look like.
Okay, I just realized
trying to tighten back up. So
yeah, it's pretty tight as it is. Nice donut hole there on radar. I guess it's Iuka, not Luca. So I apologize there if I mispronounced that. But yeah, it's getting organized, guys. So you're going to be in a good spot there. Train cars were derailed just south of Greensburg. That is intense winds. Wow. I think it's time to hop back on our 4-panel look here. I'm sorry. I know you guys hate this, but this is what's going to track better here as this thing starts to wrap back up on itself. So I want to make sure we're watching this. Our guys are pretty close to this one, so I want to make sure I'm watching out for them as well as the people here involved. But just kind of going over everything here. Iuka, Natrona, Preston along Highway 281 and probably K61 if I had to guess. Highway 61 here out of Pratt over to Preston. You guys need to be in your safe place right now. Likely have an extension coming of the tornado warning. It is now radar indicated with lime-sized hail. So they did drop the observed tag on it, but I do believe it's only a matter of time before this thing wraps back up on itself and drops another tornado. We're getting close here to the Wichita radar. I'm going to see what beam height is best here. Very intense rotation on the Wichita radar as well. I think we're still a little bit closer here on Dodge City. We're at 4,600 feet there. And if I go back over here to Wichita, we're probably going to be closer to 6,000 if I had to guess. Yeah, 7,000. So we're closer here so far on Dodge City. And yeah, you can see the evolution of this too. You can see the greens and reds increasing there in your top right of your screen. This is likely going to have something on the ground. If it's not, it might actually, it's probably on the ground right now as we speak. That is 108 miles per hour of a red pixel there. This is likely on the ground again. So I expect to see a debris ball here in the next 2 or 3 scans, or perhaps 4 or 5, because it is pretty rural out there. So you may not be able to hit structures and loft stuff immediately, but that's likely on the ground. Very distinct hook, very distinct couplet there. Are these storms going to hit Wichita? The answer would be, as of this time, this cell, no. I will go ahead and switch back here to Radar Omega to share with you guys a wide scale look at things. If you guys are watching from the Kansas area, go ahead and pop this full screen. So this is the only cell currently that is tornado warned in the state of Kansas. Everything else going on here is just showers and perhaps rumble of thunder. Actually, probably just thunderstorms here. I see a lot of lightning. Only severe storms down here. And Wichita is over here, due east of it. This cell is moving more so to the north, so it should miss Wichita fairly easily here. So you should be good. Further south here, we do have cells across the northern part of... We don't have cells. The radar lied to me. So there's currently nothing happening. Go ahead, Chandler.
Ryan, we are trying to get south of Iuka right now. It looks like it's either going to try and right turn and go south of Iuka. Hopefully it misses it. But that is where we are at. We are just coming into Iuka right now. There's a couple other chasers in front of us. Looks like we're almost able to get a view to our southwest. And the good news is sirens are going off here in Iuka. So
love to hear it.
Great news.
And they are not even under a tornado warning. So good on that town for sounding their sirens and being aware. Good on them.
Yeah. It doesn't look like we can quite see anything to our southwest yet.
Come on, don't die on me now. They're Starlink. They're going to be underneath a large storm here, so it's likely going to be in and out, but it should reconnect here in a few seconds. I hope it didn't disconnect. That'd be terrible timing, but they'll reconnect here pretty quickly. There you guys are. Power flashes? Power flashes.
No power flashes.
It's the airport.
Yep, we're right by the airport here.
Okay.
And I have my white lights on top as well.
I'm looking on the right side of the screen there going, what in the world?
Be very careful, very, very careful.
We can give it a couple more scans.
Yeah.
That's a nice part.
100%.
Are you guys facing due west here?
So the camera direction, I just need it to lock in there, is facing southwest.
Okay. Where are you guys at?
We are, let's see here. I'll give you an exact location.
Can you refresh your spotter dot? Because that would help a lot.
I'm trying, man. That's a tornado warning going off for us here.
Radar indicated.
We are just north of 40th Street and Highway 281, just north of the Pratt Regional Airport. We have due west winds at the moment. It should be like right up there then. We're just kind of waiting to see what this thing's going to do as it gets closer to Iuka here.
Again, this is not in Michigan. This is in Kansas.
Ryan, I think I'm going to reposition so that way I can give you a due west view.
Where do we go?
I believe this is back on the ground.
Sorry, people were asking us where to take shelter. What I was saying was I think I'm going to turn around and try and give us a due west view here.
Okay.
Because
I think it's back on the ground currently.
yeah, we do too. And if it is since it is to our due west, we're going to want to see that as it's coming. Or we want to have a chance to. So,
Do you have escape routes planned, or are you good on those?
yeah, we can go north or south here. We're okay.
Perfect.
It's going to be tough to see. You're going to have to probably take our stream full.
It is.
Okay.
I got you.
I got you. Yeah, to see if it's able to be seen anywhere, but sorry, Alex. Yep, we've got escape routes planned for either way. We can go north or south and be just fine.
Okay. I got Brad's stream pulled back up here as well, so I'm watching him. He's close to it too, so I'll let you know what I see.
Where's he at?
He is going to be just south of Iuka, probably right by you, actually.
Okay.
I'm actually he's driving northward on your main road there. Yeah, I'll see if are you out the side of the road?
We are on the side of the road.
Flashers going, I assume. Are your lights?
Oh, yeah. I have hazards on and my ambers and whites on.
Okay, he's going south actually, so he's probably past you already, if I had to guess. Yeah, I think he just passed you.
He might have.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my phone.
Very intense couplet now. Very intense.
Yeah.
Tornado upgraded tornado warning now. Observed considerable.
Observe PDS.
Weather spotters confirmed tornado.
We'll let you know if we can see it, Ryan.
I'll go ahead and take you back full.
As of right, I moved the camera to look southwest where this should be. We've got a view of the airport, so if it hits the airport, we're going to know. We'll be able to get out, but...
Can you straighten your camera by chance?
I can't.
Okay,
it's on,
that's cool.
Well, how's that?
That's frozen. Okay, perfect.
You see anything in that live shot, you tell me, because it's tough for us to see.
Yep, I got you. I'm watching you and Brad both. I don't see a CC drop yet.
That's good.
Okay, Brad's passing the airport right now, looks like. You still there?
We're still here.
Okay.
Somebody ripping north. It's still super foggy, Ryan. Like you would not believe how foggy it is right now.
Doesn't look like it on camera, but I believe you. Looks like it's pulling northward.
Yeah, we're just trying to be careful with this because if we go too far north, we're going to be in some serious trouble and we can't see anything. I do agree with you. Think we can probably go north.
I don't have your exact location, so I can't give you a for sure answer on that. But if you think you're good, then good.
Can we go back up to 70th?
I think that'll be too far. I think we just got to go out of town.
To 60th?
Yeah. Oh, good. Radar scope just doesn't want to do anything.
So through Luca to 60th?
Yeah, maybe 7 would be okay. We're going to have to. If we want to have a chance, we're going to have to.
Your stream is
Yeah,
frozen.
And
Your stream is frozen. Very tight couplet here with a very distinct hook. I hope we get them back here because it's about 2 miles to their west. This is going to be a PDS tornado warning. There we go. You guys going north?
Go to 70th. Go outside any of the others.
you think 60th is good?
Yeah, just in case. I mean, you look how close it is. Just in case. And reassess here in just a minute.
Okay.
Because
I'm all right with that. All right, Ryan, we are stopping here at 60th Street and 281. It'll be north of us if it is on the ground.
all right.
It's due west of you. It's yeah, look north northwest.
We go. It's gonna be right there.
It's going north more. It's occluding.
Yeah.
We
So we
can-
can go to 70th.
yeah, we can go another mile.
CC drop. CC drop.
Okay. We're going to go north another mile, Ryan. We're starting to be able to see the horizon in the light.
100%. Yep. It's due west, and we get an exact location for you. Look, you said 60th you're on? Two and a half miles northwest. 2.5 miles northwest. Gosh darn it. So they are basically right about here. And they're looking due west. And the unfortunate part about Starlink is it does give out sometimes underneath these
No, I
bigger
threw my
storms.
cell booster on just so we could try and avoid that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me or not, but it's probably about 1.5 miles to your west northwest. If you switch from your Starlink to your cell, switch it back because you just lost yourself. Got Brad's stream pulled up here as well. Looks like he's having connection issues too. That's unfortunate.
Hey, Ryan,
Yes, sir.
we're going to hop out of the car and assess what's going on here a minute, okay?
Yep. Careful, about 1 mile away from you. It's unfortunate. They come back. Every time I switch it back, they come back.
What do we got back there, Alex? To our southwest. Do you see that? Do you see that?
What cross are you guys on? Do you know by chance?
I can look here in just a minute. I'm turning the camera southwest. Tell me if you see something in there. I can't tell if we've got a wedge to our 8 o'clock.
Saw the left edge of something there. I'm using Dodge City still. Your stream keeps cutting in and out.
I'm curious as to what that.
It's about to be over you, Chandler.
It doesn't seem like it's in the right spot.
It's literally about to cross right over them right now. They need to be looking straight up. Guys, you can hear me. Look straight up. It's about to cross the highway over you. Their stream keeps cutting in and out too, but this is they're basically right here, and the rotation's literally about to cross right there. It's literally going to be on top of them, if not right now on top of them. I think their stream is frozen again. I got Brad's stream pulled up here too, trying to figure out what's happening here. He's looking due west as well. And they disconnected. No, I think they're okay. It looks like it's a really tight rotation crossing the highway right now. But they're okay based on what I'm watching on Brad's stream. Brad is in close proximity and he's okay too. So they're fine. I'll tell you that much. They're okay. I'll watch them to get back in here. But this is likely a tornado on the ground here. No CC drop, so I can't confirm that for 100% sure. But strong rotation regardless, just north of Iuka. So they were positioned about 2 miles north of Iuka here, right about where I'm circling on the right side of your screen. And the tornado will be right about here. So if it's not on top of them right now, it's crossing just to their north. And I'm watching Brad's stream, who is also in close proximity to that. And I believe he's spying something here. He's changing his camera angle. Let me see if I can see. Zooming out. I still don't see a CC drop. I'm not even sure they're aware of their stream dropping or not because their laptop's in the back seat, so they may not know. If I don't hear from them in the next minute or two, I'm going to call them and make sure they're good. But I will say as well, the good part about storm chasing out west is you have a lot of chasers around. So if something happens, there's a lot of help surrounding you. So that's always a affirmative, positive sign there. Hi, it's crossing the highway right now on radar. It is directly over the highway. All right, I'm going to give him a call here. Are you good? Your stream disconnected at the wrong time. Okay. Can you try to reconnect it? Okay. It's directly over the highway right now, if it is. You know what crossroad you're on? I can tell you for sure. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's to your north then by about 2 miles. They're okay. For those of you watching, they're okay. I'm watching Brad stream. It's to the right of the road. He's heading north, so it's to your north. Yeah, it's on the ground. It's on the ground. No, check G chat. Drew just sent it. Yeah, CC drop now to the right of the road. Yep. It's if you're on 70th, you're about, let me get an exact measurement here. About 4 miles to your northeast. Sorry, northeast. All right.
You can see. You can see the left side of the.
It's about to put down something big. It's about to put down something big. I can tell you what road Brad's heading down right now on the east side. He's going down northeast 70th. He's going down your road. Follow him. He's flying down it, so it must be pretty good. There is a streamer right now has it on the ground right now. Can you hop on stream? We're gonna try and get him back, guys. This is I can put you on speakers. You guys can talk to the audience here. There's still like 600 people watching too. Did you switch it to your cell? Because once you did, the whole stream just went kaput. Starlink was a lot better. Yeah, it was until you switch it to your cell, it was doing really good. So, guys, they think they can see the tornado right now on the left edge. They're going to head to the east here momentarily. They're going to try and reconnect stream first, so. But the service out there is pretty bad, so bear with them. It's a very intense couplet now. Very intense couplet. I think it's wrapping up really, really tight. Wow.
We might have been able to see it left edge, Ryan. We are heading south. We're gonna instead of trying to intercept it in the dirt, we're gonna head just a couple miles here to where the road should be a little bit better, and then just jump on a main paved road.
Okay. There we go. You back in? Okay. There we go. We're back with Chandler here. So you want to give a brief rundown what just happened, guy, or Chandler, if you can?
Yeah, so we got really close to it. We really couldn't see where it was. It became a lot stronger as it went over the road, and we stayed to it to our south just to be safe. We're running about 2 miles south of Iuka over to Highway 61, and then we're going to grab as it continues to track that way. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, very, very intense coupler right now. You switch back to your Starlink?
I did switch back to Starlink, yes.
It's much more stable. I like it.
I think it's because we have all the different chasers in the area now, whereas I didn't before.
That's also true. No cell's going to be perfect, though, so bear with us. Holy cow, that last scan.
Yeah, we should be able to get it by the time we're in Preston.
Yeah, it's moving slow enough.
Seen it on the ground. There's a new lowering to our. There's a new wall cloud to our east, which is interesting. This next dirt road, I'm going to take it, but I don't know if something's trying to form or if it's just scud. Not really sure, but there's something back in there, and it looks ominous.
There's really no sign that I see of this thing trying to. It's hard to tell. It might be actually trying to cycle right now, where it tries to wrap in, and then it's probably going to try and do like a right turn more so toward Turin, between Preston and Turin. I'm going to switch over here to the ICT radar in Wichita. I think it has a lower beam on it. Yeah, we're lower on this beam now. Holy cow, that rotation is intense. So I'm going to go ahead and flip back over here to radar very briefly. So look at this. Like, it's just, you don't get textbook like this. Like, it's a complete donut hole enclosed circulation here. And that's
Brian,
just.
I don't know if you can see my stream. The whole thing is just a lowering on the south side. It's just one big lowering. So if it's in there, it is totally wrapped in rain, because we are looking at the camera view. We're in some trees right now, but the camera view is looking at this storm directly.
Are you on the south side of the storm or the north side of the storm?
We're on the south side of the storm right now. It's just huge wall clouds to my left. That's all it is. They just don't stop.
And you're heading east right now?
Yeah, we're heading east.
We are heading east. That is correct.
I wonder if it's trying to
It looks like it's trying to do some sort of a handoff. Which, if it does, we're in perfect position to see it. Yeah, I see it. We did manage to find a dirt road that's been okay so far, so that's good. We like that.
It's black. It's so
Yeah.
Thing is a monster.
The couplet right now, guys,
Yeah, we've
is
that's insane. I've never seen anything like that.
this is likely a large wedge on the ground just to the north of these guys currently. I'm kind of speechless at the. I'm speechless at this point. If this was a more populated area and this impacted structure, this is likely a very high-end tornado. You know, you don't want to say it, but like, this is likely at some point EF4 winds occurring at least at some point, but a lot of this is happening over open fields, so we're never going to know about it. But this is just insanity. I'm not going to take their stream off here. I don't see a CC drop, which is good news, but it is farmland, so dust doesn't really show up on CC. We need to hit like a structure or something to loft something larger than like a raindrop into the atmosphere for CC to pick up. And we just don't have that right now. That is an insane scan. I cannot get over that. Are you on 61 right now, guys?
We're almost there. We have a half mile to go south here, and then we'll be on 61.
Okay, and you're on what road now?
I don't know. We're turning on some farm road.
30th.
30th?
No way there's a train right now, bro. Are you kidding me?
If not, just flip around and go north to 60.
It's going to be up there, too. Well, the good news is the storm's not moving very fast.
Right. Hopefully this train is almost done.
A new PDS warning now downstream for this cell, all the way to Abbeville.
I believe it. I cannot believe this.
At least it's moving.
Very fast.
Looks like it's slowing down.
Kind of does, yeah. Can you guys see the end of it?
Nope.
Brad is in the RFD into it.
I wonder if it's going to try and do another handoff. It's got that tongue hanging off the back.
Yeah, Brad is actually in it right now.
It's stopping.
Yeah, guys, that thing is slowing down. You gotta get out of there.
Oh, you can see cars on the other side.
That is unfortunate.
North we go. Hopefully it doesn't reach up that far.
Oh, large CC. First one ever I've seen. That's a very large CC drop. Ooh, not good.
Might be able to see this thing.
Chandler chases in a Explorer. All right, let me go ahead and take back radar where these guys try to get repositioned. This is a very classic supercell. I've said it I don't know how many times tonight. Donut hole, but look what happens when I turn on the debris product. There is a very deep tornado, large tornado on the ground right there north of Preston. And looking at the velocity here, insane. It's just, you just don't see that too often here, even like in the US alone. Brad's got it on the stream. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Take a picture and send it to me.
I don't know if I can. I'll take a video. It is wrapped in rain. It's a big wedge. I can see the left edge of it. That thing's a monster.
Checks out.
Wow. Wow. He's in the damage path now. I wish I could show you guys this, but copyright issues, I can't. But he's on this. It's a stovepipe wedge type tornado.
Here's another one. We're finding the local roads here, Ryan.
If you can keep me updated on the roads that you go down so I can track this, that'd be good.
We're about to be on 60th Street heading east, and we're going to pray this road holds up.
You guys have any view to your north at all, or are you just wrapped in rain?
Huh?
Do you guys have any view to your north? Because you should be able to see the left edge.
It's wrapped in rain.
Okay.
We can see. Whoa, what was that? Straight ahead. We could see something, but that's really about it. Please hold up. It should.
Just be careful with these.
Yeah, I see it. I'm trying to put it in the middle of them. Because when you put it in the lips, that's when it goes all slimy.
Brad's taking probably close to 80-mile-an-hour RFD winds right now on the backside of that.
I believe it. We're just trying to make it back to the highway.
Yep. Like you said, though, the good news is it's not really traveling too fast.
Nope. We're gambling on these roads, and so far we're about even. Optional. We've only got another 2 miles on this.
That is a very deep CC drop. I would not be shocked that's over 20,000 feet.
It's not
Holy cow. Alex, look at the latest scan. CC. The 1127.
Yeah, the 1127, we're looking at it. Wait, we saved 6 hours of driving, not going to Oklahoma. Just got 1 more mile it needs to hold up. Just 1 more. So for anyone watching who doesn't know about Kansas back roads, they just turn to mud pretty much instantly when they get wet. And it's like trying to drive through pancake batter. It's so slippery. You can't really do anything. And it is not a favorite of mine to be driving on. Especially at night. I don't know how we can't see it in there, man.
We're out of position for it right now. We're all the way down here.
If
If it's raining, plane wreck, we're not going to see it.
That's true. So that's why I don't get how there's spotter reports coming in from down here that are saying they can see it. I mean,
Guys,
yeah.
I have a debris ball to 22,000 feet.
Yeah, I see it. Is it impacting anywhere?
I have a debris ball of 24,000 feet. What the heck? Hold on. Preston, this is not good. This is one of the largest CC drops. I think it's maxed out. That is sickening. That is absolutely sickening. You can't. I'm going to show you guys this. This is what GR2 shows. But if I switch over here to Radar Omega, just for a visualize here, look at this. You don't see this every day. You can see right through it down to the red tornado warning in the background. It is maxed out the CC. That is likely a violent tornado that is on the ground currently. And I repeat that, violent tornado on the ground. You just don't see this. I'm going to go back and see if I can find what it hit. That is just, it exploded right about here at the county line. Let me see if I can't pull that on maps here. We are northeast 70th. We are near Preston. Let me see if I can find Preston here. Okay. Stafford, just north of Preston. There's 90th, 80th, 70th. Where's the county line at? Stafford. There's 90th, 120th, 60th. I'm on the wrong way there. 90th. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to find 120th. Or is there a different road name here? Northeast 120th at 70th, 110th. 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 There it is. Well, the good news is I don't see any big structures, but I do see a house that luckily took a direct hit. That's not good. That is not good. Go ahead and dual box these guys again.
We are almost to Preston, Ryan. We're trying to get back caught up to this thing here.
I mean, yeah, you should be looking right up into it if you're going, probably going still eastward, I have to assume there.
Yeah, I have my camera pointed towards where any tornado would be if we could see it, but from back here, wrapped in as much hail and rain as there is, I just don't know that it's going to happen.
Oh my goodness. CC is 20,000 feet still. $107 next to 57, so 165. This is not going to be fun. Inbound here is 40. Inbound 107. $92 knots. That is insane. So 92. And then on the red side, we're looking at 57. So it's 49 knots. So we add the two together and divide by half. So we have 92 plus 49 is 141. Divide by 2, 70.5. With a debris ball height of 22,000 feet. So the intensity guidance here on the software that we use, unofficial, says 170 EF4. That is what this is capable of doing. I believe it. Looking on the radar here, it's very classic supercell. It looks like it's trying to cycle. It could be good news there. but the intensity guidance here, that debris ball continues to be insane. There's just no other words here to describe this situation. This is heading between Sylvia, Plevna, Abbeville, and Langdon in the county of Reno. Still in very far southeastern Stafford County, about to cross the Reno County line. Chandler is moving into position here. He's getting closer here. The good news is the storm is moving pretty slow, so you have some time to prepare and react. But this is a PDS tornado warning, which means there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here in Kansas. We just north of Preston here, and the guys here should be closing in on this pretty rapidly. You guys going north now? Or are you still going east?
We're going northeast. We're following Highway 51. 61. We're just through Preston right now. We are our view to the north is blocked by a train.
Guys,
What?
look to your left. I just saw it in the flash. Is that Scud or is that it?
It's Scud.
Okay, looks like
I know it does look like, but there's a train, so we can't see anything. But it
looks like there's
Scud from where we're at.
Okay. It looks like a funnel from the lightning that I see, but
I know. No, I know what you're talking about. Where the tornado would be, we can't see right now because of this train. So.
Julie, the tornado emergency, typically you would think that it'd be issued for a higher population, but population was factored out of the recent guidance for tornado emergencies, so it's not really a factor anymore. I knew it at one point, but I don't know what it is anymore. The guidance, at least, the criteria for it.
Those lights are bright in my eyes. I mean, it should be right in there. Ryan, we might be able to catch glimpses of it back in there.
Yeah, I saw it. It's right down in there.
We're going to continue on this road here up towards Langdon. It looks like it's going to go just north of Langdon, which is great. What is happening here?
I don't know.
Why are we all stopping? Yeah. Seriously, what are we doing?
I don't. I'm trying to go see it or something.
Yeah, have fun driving in that.
Right. Yeah, it's got to be right in there. You can see the edge of it.
Ryan, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it up in there.
That's the edge right there.
Yeah, large tornado still continues with CC drop maxed out still.
Yeah, from back here, it's really tough probably to get a camera shot of it on the live stream, but we're looking up into it. It's hard to distinguish it as a tornado because we're still a little further away from it.
It's in there. It's right there.
But it's in there.
Yeah, I mean it's
right at it.
Yeah. So as we continue up toward Langdon here.
CC is still 20,000 feet.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all chasing together, I can tell you that. Trees.
Oh no.
I don't know why we're going so slow. Can we just go the speed limit? A lot of scum over here. I wonder if some more amateurs are like,
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's just good.
The good news is maybe we'll catch up to it tomorrow. We don't need to catch up to it today. Ryan, I'm kind of getting worried about Plevna and Abbeville.
Yeah, I am too. Looking at Hutchinson downstream as well. CC is completely maxed out now. I've never seen a debris ball this deep. Chandler, gate to gate's 197 miles per hour.
I believe it. We're starting to see some glimpses of it in the lightning up there. Oh my goodness. And we're still just a little bit behind it right now. By the time we get to Langdon, we should be able to see it. We've got it on camera, like in video, but we have not got it. It's tough to be able to get it on stream right now, but it is up in there. I can promise you that.
Chandler, I'm kind of surprised this thing's not tornado emergency.
Maybe it's because of the lack of people.
I don't think that's not really factored in anymore.
Oh, well, then I don't know.
At least I don't think it is.
There's a lot of questionable driving decisions going on by people who are not myself out here. Michigan Storm Chasers does not sign off. Ryan, I'm going to turn my camera a little bit more here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a straight angle, but I'm pointing it right at where the tornado is.
Can you guys give me a crossroad to 51 or 61 you're on?
We are coming up to, hang on, let me tell you. We are coming up to the town of Turin right now.
Okay, so it's literally due north of you.
Correct. We can see it. We can see it. It's in there. It's a big one. We're all going through town here, nice and slow. Oh, I love conga season. Can you
180
see it in the camera, Ryan?
Huh?
Can you see it in the camera?
Let me watch here. I'm still looking at radar. 180 miles per hour gate to gate there.
We're kind of in some trees here along the railroad tracks. I don't know if the angle's good on it or not here. Can you see it back up in there?
I cannot.
Well, keep watching because it's in there.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Whoa.
Yep, there it is. Dead center of your screen.
Yep.
Dead center. That is a large wedge.
It's a big time tornado. This thing's going to be very close to Langdon, dude. Yeah. So, Ryan, we're going to make tracks to Langdon here. We're about 6-7 miles from there. And just kind of continue to see what this thing's going to do and be ready to bail south.
It's occluding more so towards Sylvia and Plevna.
More north? I need a direction.
North-northeast.
Okay.
Tornado's moving north-northeast. Looks like it's I guess you don't speak degrees, but it's moving about. The warning says 30 knots, so about 35, 40 miles an hour to the 234. So it's north-northeast. Okay. It's going to split Sylvia. It's probably going to hit Sylvia head on. It's going to hit Sylvia head on or just go east of town. One of the two.
Are they closer to Plevna?
I think it's, yeah, we're thinking Plevna,
Plevna?
Abbeville, Plevna.
No, it's moving more so toward Sylvia right now. It's going to split Sylvia and Plevna. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's gonna move
It's hitting houses right now. That's not good. That is not good.
We can see, we just saw some power flashes, Ryan. It kind of, to us, seems like it's going to move a little bit more south than northeast, or maybe due east. But we're going to keep on trucking here forward to stay ahead of all of the others who are on this with us right now, and try and get somewhere where we can take some good pictures and video of it safely.
Yeah, for those watching, they're on the south side of this storm, so it is moving away from them in a way. So they are okay. Chandler and the team here, they're okay. But they're going to try and get a little closer to this. So they're still probably close to 5 to 6 miles away. So they're moving northeast with it here. They're going to try and move up toward the town of Plevna, where it's going to cross very close to Sylvia and Plevna.
Yeah, so we're still thinking we might go a little further than Langdon. We're going to try and find a north option here. That isn't terrible. Again, I'm not saying that the road network is terrible. I'm just saying I really don't. And again, this is not the tornado that I'd really like to drive on.
Yeah, these types of tornadoes. When you're a storm chaser and you're out chasing the planes, you want to see a tornado in open field, nice little cone shape, photogenic tornado. You don't want to see it hitting structures. This is the serious situation. This is a long track, likely a violent tornado. I am kind of shocked there's no tornado emergency on this personally, because the gate to gate is literally maxing out 180, 190 miles per hour. And every scan this comes in, it becomes closer to the radar. So as of right now, the gate to gate is 90 and 81, so 173 miles per hour gate to gate wind shear here, and that's about 4,000 feet off of the ground.
It does not make any sense to me. Wow, that's a monster tornado.
You're going to see that from your stream.
Shush. Ryan, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure. We're almost to Langdon here. I'm assuming a lot of people are going to go north out of Langdon, so we're going to stay on 61 for a little bit. Again, we're in good viewing distance of it, and it's paralleling the road. So at least for me, there's no reason to join a conga line to get up there.
Nope,
at
good
this
choice.
time.
Yep.
So we're going to continue to do what we do, parallel it, and then down the road a couple miles, maybe we'll go up from there. I really want to get the drone in the air, but I know that's not such a good idea.
Yeah, it's a beeline toward Plevna. Plevna is it's populated there. That is not good. Plevna, you need to be underground right now. If you guys have anybody in the Plevna area, you need to be underground right now. This is likely a wedge violent tornado, EF3 4 type of tornado moving directly toward Plevna. Plevna is a population of 85. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're in the rural part of Kansas here, population is scarce. So 85 people all populate in a direct area, and the whole entire town is small enough to be wiped off the map. That's intense. So Plevna, underground right now. It may not even be a bad idea to drive south out of Plevna. Get out of there. Drive east and south away from this. This is just not something you want to be out in. You still have a few minutes before impact.
Maybe Ryan, maybe north would be an option if they're in Plevna. If they're south out of it.
I'd more so go east. If you go north, it could include north. I don't want to send people northward. Either way, Plevna, east and north probably your best option. You might get some hail, but if you go east out of town to Abbeville and go north, that's going to get you out of the path of that. Latest scan intensify even further. Holy cow. Chandler, I have gate to gate right now of 206 miles an hour. Tornado emergency now. Wow. For Plevna. Tornado emergency for Plevna, Sylvia, and Abbeville. 206 miles per hour of gate. So what that means basically is 3,700 feet in the atmosphere. Winds are the strength of an EF5 tornado. Again, I am not going to call this an EF5, but the winds above our heads, 3,500 feet, are EF5 strength. This is a tornado that is on the ground. It is a wedge tornado doing damage, moving straight for a populated area of Plevna. Anybody in the Sylvia, Plevna, or Abbeville areas here in Kansas need to be underground, if not evacuated completely out of the area. Drive east away from this tornado. It is moving slow enough. You guys want to do that. This is not good.
Ryan, we're about 2 miles from our north option here, and then we're going to turn off of 51 up towards Abbeville if there's not a train over my crossing. See, that's what is kind of sketching me out about getting off of this main road. Is if we have to come back down here and there's a train, game over.
Do you know if there's tracks to your immediate north?
There's tracks. We're paralleling the train tracks right now.
Well, as of right now, all train traffic is currently stopped. So if there's nothing there now, there's not going to be anything there.
Well, I'm 2 miles away from the option, and there's engine/train just chilling. We've got a great view of this tornado back off to our northwest.
I want to pull up. I haven't shown radar here in a while, but I want to highlight the intensity of this. This is your debris ball here. This is probably 3 or 4 miles wide debris ball here. And your rotation is literally breaking the radar where there's like a complete gap here. There's nothing here. It's intense. This is 98 miles an hour next to 92 miles an hour, 94 here. This is likely EF5 status, about 2,000 or 3,000 feet up above our heads. This is capable of producing EF4 plus type of damage.
I gotta go 4 miles to my
and it's just you just don't see this every single day, even in Kansas, Oklahoma. I mean, you see these supercells, yes, but you don't see these violent tornadoes every single day. So we don't see this in Michigan ever, really, which is good. But this is just not a good situation here. The debris ball I just measured here, my other radar tool, is 4.5 miles wide. Again, 4.5 miles wide. The debris ball itself, we look at how high debris is being lofted. We can kind of tell perhaps how intense a tornado is. The debris that I have here is up to 22,000 feet still. The debris ball just got wider. If that was even possible, it got wider. It's I don't know how else to describe this.
Ryan,
this is
we're taking our north option here. What?
Just the car right there.
Do you know what road that is?
I can tell you momentarily.
Thank you.
Dave. Oh, baby.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's tough sledding here in the Police Explorer, you know.
It is moving into Plevna right now. Oh, good grief.
So we are on Starling Road, headed north. We should have a pretty good view of it here within about 3 to 5 minutes.
You're from 61?
Yeah, we're Starling Road and 61 headed north.
I do not. Oh, Sterling? Sterling.
Sure. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So they're driving north right now. The tornado's off to the left there. It's going to cross right in front of them. You guys got a brilliant view here.
Our plan is to run up into and towards Abbeville at this point in time.
Okay, Plevna's about to take a direct hit, just so you guys know. Don't go too far north either. You're gonna.
Nope, we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah. You should be good to 50. You should be good to 50.
We're still a couple miles away from it yet. We're all right. It's way back there, which is okay.
That's good by me.
So yeah, check out the left center of your screen
all
there.
the way to 50, but we might.
Yeah, if you do, you'll be good to do it. It's pulling hard north right now.
Okay.
It's gonna hit Plevna head on, unfortunately. Plevna, you have 2 minutes until impact. 90. I have 227 miles per hour gate to gate now.
We got emergency response headed towards the Plevna direction.
This is insanity.
Feel so bad for Plevna there.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
So we still don't have a great view of it right now, Ryan. I'm sure we will coming up here.
Yeah, it's going to be still just left of the road there. Got to wait for some lightning to light that up for him.
We can see it back there. Again, we're a little bit in front of it by design. So,
right, you guys are in a good spot.
Yeah.
So, for those wondering, the tornado from their location is going to be roughly, if I can map this out properly, estimating their location, it's about 5 miles to their northwest currently. That's what I'm mapping out here on Radar Omega.
That is the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Same.
I'm still trying to make this out here in your video.
Ryan, I can't tell you what this looks like in person, dude. But I mean, this is insane. I'm turning my camera over here. Tell me if you can see it in between the lightning.
In the trees.
We're in the trees right now. Sorry.
You're about to get a view here again.
Yeah, we'll have a view here coming up. Tell me if you can see it back there. Or if the camera needs to be readjusted, please.
Yeah, I can't see much of anything there, guys.
What'd you say, Ryan?
Yeah, I can't see much of anything with that angle, but
we're in the trees.
Yeah, I figured. You flipped it back too, so.
Yep.
Plevna is getting hit as we speak.
When we get out, I'm going to take a look at the video and see if I can see through them what it looks like. And adjust accordingly.
We've got a view coming up here. Either this next road I think we can take. Yeah. Why?
Again, this is a tornado emergency in effect here.
Come on, guys.
Plevna, you're being impacted. Plevna is being hit right now as we speak. You know what crossroad you guys are by? Might have lost their feed here for a brief moment.
Fine. The only problem is there's a bit of trees. So we've got a road coming up here.
Emergency again. Confirmed large destructive tornado of Plevna. Going northeast 30.
We're going to take this next road out.
Plevna is being impacted right now. Do you guys have a crossroad updated for me?
Well, I'll let you know if this next one's paved or not.
Camera looks like it's in perfect position.
Yeah, it's going to be close. No, I think we got to go one more.
Yeah, it's okay.
We got to hurry. Actually, we probably could get up to 50 and just be 100% safe.
So this is the latest radar scan here for Plevna. Tornado is moving into town as we speak. As we wait for Chandler to reconnect with this. This is just, oh goodness. That is your debris ball directly over Plevna. That is gut-wrenching. Oh my goodness. Plevna. Let's just hope everybody's out of the city or is in their basements, because they're going to need all the help they can get. And I have no words. Looks like Alex and Chandler are disconnected for right now. If you guys have any friends or family who live out this way, Abbeville, Plevna area, get in contact with them, make sure they're okay. And also make sure if you guys have any friends and family living out ahead of this storm, let's go ahead and zoom out here. This is Reno County. Also going to put McPherson County and Northern Harvey County and perhaps even Southern Rice County, Kansas here on alert as this cell continues. I have no words at this point. That is literally a destructive, large tornado. It's just this whole entire blue circle here is the debris being lofted and thrown several thousand feet in the atmosphere. And their town there is 85 people. And again, in Kansas, up here in Michigan, we have, big cities, we have populated areas. Out here in Kansas, we don't have that. We do, but not as often. We have these little small farming communities. And this tornado is wide enough and it's strong enough to where there may not be a town left. That is the magnitude of what is happening literally right now for our neighbors out here in Kansas. And we've luckily never had to cover this happening in Michigan. The closest we had was definitely Weberville, and as well as Portage, Cole, and Sherwood. Personally, I've never covered this magnitude of event, and it's sickening at this point. Like there's just nothing else I can say. Chandler's back with us here. You guys got a view by chance?
We're 1 mile from our road. We're on Highway 50. The tornado is directly behind us at the.
So they're having some trouble connecting. The last, I'm going to show this just to kind of give you guys the a little bit of a rundown here of the tornado, how strong it actually is. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys. This is a 3D look at the atmosphere. So you have your radar here, your debris ball. This is a 3D slice going up with height. So there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 feet. The blue is your debris ball here. Where I swing this back, you're going to see how high this debris was lofted. That entire debris is being lofted roughly 15 to 16, if not close to 20 plus thousand feet in the atmosphere. This is obviously we can't say what the intensity is because NWS will survey and rate this. But this is without a doubt 100% in the realm of EF4 plus. And winds at one point at 3,000 feet off the ground were EF5 status. We had 220 mile per hour gate to gate winds, which is the winds going in and out combining. It's what we call gate to gate. So we know that this storm, even if it's not on the surface, is rotating at EF5 status a couple thousand feet off the ground. So this is as serious as you can get. And I hope that Plevna is okay. I see chasers are converging on Plevna. I don't know what to say about that. I just need to just hope that best case scenario it lifted last minute, or perhaps it missed the big population center there. I guess pray for a miracle, hope for a miracle. If you're religious, pray. If not, send good vibes. I don't care. Just these people need the help. So let's just hope that the best case scenario played out here for Plevna. But this is likely continuing on the ground here as it moved through the Plevna area. This is still a tornado emergency. It looks like the heart of the couplet went directly over Plevna. There's a chaser in Plevna. I don't know who that is, but I also see there's Brad Arnold and also Vince Walty. I believe they're converging toward the Plevna area. I believe they're probably going to go check for people. I don't know what direction they're headed, but looks like we have Chandler back here as well. What's up, guys? Okay, they're still muted here. There's just not much. There's no words here to describe what just happened or what has happened the past 45 minutes. This is a long track, significant tornado that's likely impacted and destroyed many lives and homes and properties here. We're going to take Chandler's stream back. I believe they're stopped looking at something. So let's just go ahead and let this roll. I'm going to sit back here and rest my voice just for a second. If I see something on screen to point out, I will. I'm looking at that right edge right now. That's like the only thing I saw there, that lightning flash, but let's just go ahead and see what they see. Chandler, if you can hear me, I don't know if you're in the car or if you're outside, but if you can hear me, if you want to give an update, what way you're facing, what direction we're looking. He's probably outside the car looking at stuff. New tornado warning coming in now. It is a PDS for the northern part of Reno and the very far southern part of Rice County. What's up, Chandler?
Nothing. We're just getting back in the car. That's all. Carry on.
Do you guys see anything out there?
Not at this time.
Okay. So again, they are near the Plevna and Abbeville area. This tornado continues to the northeast here. CC drop still continues. I'm hoping that Plevna is okay. I'm going to pull up Vince's stream here. I believe he's actually heading back toward Plevna, so I'm going to keep an eye on his stream to see if he has a visual or something. I'll keep Chandler's stream on your screen currently. I don't think it's handing off yet, but it might be about to cycle, which is best case scenario. We need a break from this thing. This thing's been on the ground. I'm going to roll this back actually and see how long this has been on the ground. This has been a large, violent tornado since over an hour. This thing touched down our time about 12:10. Kansas time be 11:10 there, and it's been on the ground from then until now, which is an hour plus at this point. And all throughout the life cycle of this tornado, it has been strong, if not violent in nature, with the couplet reaching EF3, EF4 plus status. What we call long track significant tornadoes, and that's what we mean sometimes when we communicate these risks to you. When we have these like 10% hatched tornado risks, oftentimes that really indicates that, hey, we could have strong long track tornadoes, but usually long track is more so, in my opinion, considered 15, 20 plus minutes. This one's been going on for an hour straight, and it's maintained its intensity that entire time. So you don't see this too often, even out in the plains and in Texas and in Dixie Alley. You just don't see this. Vince is heading back toward Plevna. He's about to arrive in town here. So what he sees, I will communicate to you. Again, I can't share these people, these chasers' feeds besides ours, obviously, just because of copyright. I want to respect what they're doing. I don't have permission, so I can't really bring it in and show you, but I can communicate what's going on in there. CC drop continues north of Plevna. Very large CC at that. Couplet has weakened a little bit. Gate to gate now is roughly 130 miles an hour, which is, again, about EF2 status. That's at 3,000 feet. So, nice bolt there on stream with Chandler. But it's still likely is on the ground with the CC drop there, confirming that. But doesn't appear to be as strong as it was. But still, I say it in like a good tone, but really it's still not good that we have a possibly strong tornado still on the ground here. That's not good. But all things considered, when you have a EF5, EF4 winds above the ground 2,000-3,000 feet, bring it down to EF2 is almost like an answer to prayer, so to speak. Watching Vince's stream, there are emergency personnel flying eastward toward Plevna, and that really, I don't want to say it confirms the worst, but that's not a good sign. Looks like Vince's, all the chasers are converging on Plevna now. This is not good. I don't have any damage visual yet, but I don't like the feeling I'm getting here as he's driving toward town. I'm going to mute myself here and turn on Vince's stream audio. Okay, so Vince is behind a sheriff currently on his stream. They have a tree blocking the road. They're going to get it out of the way. He's in a hurry to get to Plevna. And good on him for that. And I got to shout the guys out here.
Ryan,
Go ahead.
You're talking about Brad, right? Going to Plevna?
Vince.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was just curious.
Yep. You got to shout the guys out as well who stopped their chase to go help people. That's major respect. There's not many chasers who do that, to be honest, and that's a downfall, in my opinion, of the community that we're in. So I always have my hats off to those who stop their chase to go and help people, and that's the right move. So I have a lot of respect for people who do that. Looks like stream here with Chandler is frozen. Now it's back again. Starlink. Yeah, I don't have any confirmation yet of damage in Plevna. Looks like the good news, though, is the tornado couplet is now small and weak in nature. So that's at least good news. Let me go ahead and see. It's cycling. It's about to pass off, guys. If you can hear me, if you're not seeing the radar, it's about to pass off just north of Abbeville. Yeah, thank you, Julie. We have confirmed damage. Homes destroyed in Plevna. Good grief. Oh goodness, that is not good. I got a video here from Twitter at Aaron J Jack. For those of you who would like to go watch it for yourselves, I'm not going to share it. But there are homes demolished in Plevna. Also have a report here on the police scanner that Plevna took a direct hit. That is the worst case scenario. So I'm going to put you back on the radar here. Switch this back down. There we go. Tornado likely is occluding, which means it is likely dying. And you see how so I can take this time here and kind of, I don't want to switch topics, but like educate you guys here who are watching this. You see how the tornado is moving pretty much due northeast here. And then as it starts to weaken and becomes smaller, it kind of deviates off the northeast path and goes more to the left or to the north. That is the occlusion process. This is a dying tornado. And as that occludes, it is going to die out, and there's going to be a new mesocyclone, a new area of rotation develops over here. That is a very classic cyclical supercell nature characteristic here. So we're going to have a new meso somewhere just north of Abbeville, somewhere in this vicinity. That is a very classic occlusion process, and that is also why you never chase on the north side of tornadoes. That is a very dangerous spot to be. Luckily, it doesn't look organized here yet, but that's likely going to change in the next couple of minutes. Nickerson, as well as Willowbrook, as well as Hutchinson. Any place downstream of this, Inman, Medora, Saxman. I'm going to go ahead and put all these guys on alert. Mitchell, Little River, Wyndham, Conway, McPherson, Elria. Oh, I'm not even trying. I'm just going to leave it at that. All need to be on alert as the cell is likely going to re-intensify at some point. Already has a very nice hook on it. This is going to go all night, isn't it? Good gravy. Golly. I don't like to copy other people's work, but as Ryan Hall says, this is plumb wild, and that is every bit of plumb wild. There's no other words to describe this. You know, there's heartbreaking, there's gut wrenching. Like I could name so many words here. It's just unbelievable. So I will say this, the good news, and there is some good news that I hope is looking across the country, there's only one tornado warning, and it's this cell. And I know, I don't know for sure, but I have to assume that big name chasers, channels are covering this. Ryan Hall, Max Velocity, I hope Evan's covering it. I hope any big streamer is covering this, and I hope that those streams, and perhaps ours included, got the word out and reach these people. That is my hope, and that is the plus side to what we are doing, as well as all the other streamers. A lot of respect to those who do what we do here. So I just hope, share my screen, not my entire window. I just hope that people got reached. That is my hope, and that is my prayer. Looks like Chandler is disconnected for now. They're okay. I know that much. I just don't know what their plan is currently. Vince is having to reroute himself, I believe, because they tried to get through and there was a tree blocking. I think the tree was too large to pull, so he's diverting back around, it appears, to a different road to try to access the Plevna area. I do know that there is damage. Reports from Aaron J. Jack, who's currently in Plevna, or was in Plevna. I believe he's driving away from it now. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but he did report damage and homes destroyed in Plevna. I wish I could pull Vince's stream in here so you guys could see it, but I don't want to get flagged for copyright or have a angry Vince in my inbox in the morning. I wouldn't like it if other people shared our content without permission, so I won't do it to other people. Obviously, you can hit the share button, obviously, on our content. That's encouraged, but if you're going to just make your own channel and just broadcast what I'm doing or what we're doing here, that's a big no-no. I'm going to get a hold of Chandler here and see what their plan is. Looks like Vince made his road here. I'm really hoping that it's not going to be as bad as what the other video I saw showed. Hutchinson, if you guys have friends or family in the Hutchinson area, this storm is making a little bit of a right turn, although I do think it's going to miss Hutchinson to the north. That is a very large populated center. So I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't mention you and say, hey, heads up, this could be incoming here. At very least, Nickerson and Willowbrook, as well as Medora, any place on the north side of Hutchinson, highest alert. But if you're in Hutchinson directly or have friends, family in the area, I'd be on extreme alert as this cell pushes off to the northeast. The warning for this is a PDS, which means particularly dangerous situation. This is a is or was a likely strong tornado. Let me go ahead and check on CC here to check for debris. Go ahead and overlay that in a 2-panel look so I can put it side by side. I do not see anything on the ground currently. That looks like clear air. I'm going to double check on that. That is 522. That is also 520. That is clear air. So that is not a tornado. And this is not, there it goes. I was going to say not cooperating with me, but it just did. So as of right now, I do not see anything that screams tornado on the ground. However, this area on the right side of your screen there, with the reds and pinks, that indicates a little bit higher wind velocity. We just don't have the brighter greens to match it. So we want to see a couplet like this. That indicates a tornado. That's what it looked like as it moved through Plevna. But now it looks like this. There's not much bright green there. Nickerson and Willowbrook, you guys are on deck. This mesocyclone, the rotation here, is heading directly up toward the Nickerson area. So if you're in Hutchinson, I think you're going to be okay. This warning has been downgraded to a radar indicated warning. Again, downgraded to a radar indicated warning. We do not have confirmation that is on the ground. As such, they did update the warning now and dropped it from PDS down to radar indicated, which is amazing news. The cell, though, is in a very, very potent environment still. I would not be shocked if this thing recycles back in to a tornado-producing monster here in the next couple of minutes. I see Vince's stream. He's dropping south into Plevna right now. And I'm about to see the scope of the damage here. And I'm not prepared for this. I'm really not. because I saw the video on Twitter and I just hope I really hope it's minimized to a certain part of town. I hope it's not the entire town. And I wish I could show this, but I can't. It's on Vince Waltie's stream. If you go on YouTube or Facebook and you search, I think his site is like seethestorm.net or something like that. You can watch it yourself, but looks like he's being blocked by emergency personnel. I'm going to actually mute myself and listen to what he's saying. I think the audio, if you guys can hear the audio on this, I apologize. I don't want to just stay muted the entire time, but I want to hear what he's saying. There is a cop blocking the road. There's something blocking the road, it appears. I don't know if it's a tree or if it's... Okay, it's a tree. All right, so that's Vince's stream there. So looks like the path into Plevna is being blocked by numerous directions. That's not good either because that's delaying emergency services. I have not seen a fire truck or an ambulance on any of these people's streams. I've seen police. I have not seen fire. Okay, I have Aaron J. Jack stream pulled up. Looks like he's by some type of commercial building in Plevna. I can't tell the scope of the damage with this. Yeah, going back to radar here, I don't want to forget about you guys who are watching. Still does not look to be anything concerning with this cell. And my hope is that this is turning into more of just a one and done situation here, but I don't want to say that just yet. But in Hutchinson, this is going to your north, so you can breathe a sigh of relief currently. You are fine in Hutchinson. But up there in Nickerson, south side of McPherson, southeast side of Rice counties, you guys need to be on alert here. Looks like Vince made it into Plevna. I missed it, but he has stopped. I assume on the east side of town there. There's at least 10 plus chasers there in Plevna. I assume they're all doing search and rescue. And good on them for doing that. Yeah, Vince is on the west side there. I see Aaron J. Jackson, the center of town. And that where Vince is currently, there's just locals walking around. I don't know what's going on with this. Vince has his medical bag. Good on Vince. You know, it's not too often that we get to shout out at each other as chasers, and you know, I don't know him personally, but anybody who stops to help out, and especially with training that Vince has, I believe, in the medical field, hats off. Jumping in where it's needed. I talked to Chandler. They are safe, although he is not sure if he's going to hop back on based on the storm, based on the damage, and also their drive back to a hotel for tonight. So he just said to be determined if he's going to hop back on. If this storm doesn't produce anything in between now and like probably 2 Eastern, I know if you guys are watching from Kansas time, be about 1, I believe. You're an hour behind us over here in Michigan. About half hour or so. If this storm is still looking meh, we'll go ahead and end the stream here. But at this point, I guess at this point we just got to hope for the best out of Plevna, because that's where our attention is at currently. The storm is weak in nature at this point. You can't assume it's going to be. I can't assume it's going to be that way forever, just because the environment is still ripe here. I just hope that this is done for the night. It's going to be beneficial for the people of Kansas, and also for my sleep schedule, because 5 hours ago, Chandler and I were like, yeah, let's do a live stream. And 5 hours later, I ended up covering probably one of the most violent tornadoes that I am ever going to see on radar in my life. I do not want to see anything stronger than that at all. I don't want to see anything close to that again. I like to think of myself as a pretty level-headed person when it comes to live briefings and coverage and stuff like that. But that was the most gut-wrenching and emotional, like you just sinking feeling in your gut. It took a lot to not break down during that sequence there. And it looks like we have reports coming in here. What we call LSRs, spotter reports, south of Plevna. Homes destroyed via emergency management, which is 5 miles southwest of Plevna. Back here, we have a off-duty NWS employee reports very large tornado. It's just not good. This storm continues to look on the weaker side in nature. And if that trend continues into about the 2, okay, I'm going to stop talking in times in about 27 minutes on top of the hour. If there's still nothing, I'm probably going to pop out of here. I still got all my work to do for the pages tomorrow. So I'm going to be up probably late. Like I said, when we started the stream, I had no intention of actually doing like walkthrough coverage like I do for Michigan. It just kind of turned into that. And hopefully from what you guys hear in chat, I believe we've actually reached some people in Kansas tonight. So I'm happy for that. And I will show you guys the scene for like 3 seconds on Vince's stream. I'll show you what I'm seeing here. This is the scene on the west side of Plevna. This is, again, via Radar Omega app, via Vince Walty's stream. You can check him out at seethestorm.net. Again, I did not get permission for this, but I just wanted to show you guys the scene there in Plevna. And you can see it for yourself there on the Radar Omega app as well. I believe Vince is on Facebook, YouTube, just like we are here at MSC. So if you want to watch that for yourself, it's just a standstill image of what's going on the west side of town there. So there's not much, but there is some activity there. Looks like Aaron J. Jack is centered on a destroyed building. I don't know if it's a home or a shed or a garage. I don't know what it is. It's destroyed, though. And that's the center part of town. So that tells me if the center part of town is destroyed, there's probably numerous other buildings also destroyed. Who in chat here is from Kansas? Anybody? We have about 300 of you guys active. We had 740 in total at one point, but we have about 300 of you guys active currently. Is anybody in chat here from Kansas? And if so, how did we reach you? How did you see about this stream? First fire truck I've seen in Plevna, so that's good. Looks like EMA is finally getting into this town here. Watching Vince's stream here again. I have I'm sorry guys, if you guys are sending me texts or emails right now of damage, I am not keeping up with what's happening on my personal phone right now, so I apologize. I have a lot going on here. I'm also trying to make sure Chandler is staying safe out there too. I'm going to tweet. I'm not going to tweet. I'm going to put a post out on our pages here for the Plevna area. Bear with me here. We're through some radio silence. And again, the good news that I'm seeing here with this cell is it doesn't look too intense. I will say there's one area there by Nickerson we're going to cover here just a second. At the current time, though, it doesn't look to be on the ground, but it might be trying to tighten back up there. We'll cover it. We'll cover it just a second. I believe Oreo there in chat, I see your comment. I believe it's probably going to be on the same scale. I had to imagine, based on what I'm seeing on the videos I was sent from Julie here in chat. Just put out posts on all of our platforms on Facebook. That's where our following mostly is at. We're only live tonight on YouTube and X. Excuse me. We didn't want to broadcast to 400,000 people something happening in Kansas. We just kind of direct them over here to YouTube. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Nickerson. There is an area of intensifying rotation, I believe, here just south of Nickerson. Let's keep an eye on that. It doesn't really line up too well currently. We'll see if that changes. I will say, is this an outflow boundary? This might be an outflow boundary on this storm here, trying to develop, or maybe has developed. Yeah, it looks like an outflow boundary there. So that could be a good sign these storms are done. Fingers are crossed that is an outflow boundary. I believe it is. Because if that is the case, this storm is done. Also, I love that the locals of this town are literally arming themselves with chainsaws and boots and hard hats, and they're moving in. There's just locals everywhere with chainsaws and, I don't care. This isn't meant to be political, but you gotta love America sometimes. We come together when we need it. And this is just another example here. It looks like a active garage sale out there. There's so many people out here just swooping in, getting out of their cars, and they have chainsaws. Like there's people coming in from other towns. It looks like, I can't obviously confirm that, but it just looks like there's the cavalry's been called in, and they're just armed with tools and chainsaws, and it's great to see. It really is. Let's hope that everybody's okay there in Plevna. This storm, looking on radar here, the highest velocity looks to be displaced south of the reflectivity. I'll go ahead and show you guys what I mean by this. I'll go ahead and share my window here. Whoops. Well, that's Vince's stream again. Okay, so that's in Plevna currently. Again, that is Vince Walty's stream. You can go watch it if you want to. SeeTheStorm.net. Just want to give its proper credit where it's due. I did not get permission to share that, so I didn't want to stay on it too long. But this storm, it looks pretty good on radar still. But on the velocity here, as you can see, there's a little bit of increased velocity here. But if I were to switch over here to reflectivity, it's not really aligned here with higher reflectivity colors. And that tells me it's more so cluttered or just not very concerning. When you have a debris ball, when you have velocity, you always want to line it up with a little bit higher DBZ value, which is your rain color, like your greens, your yellows. For CC or for your velocity, you want to see it in yellow or higher typically. You want to see what we call the reflectivity minimums. You want to see that a certain threshold. I know I'm probably speaking gibberish for a lot of you guys, but what I'm trying to communicate here is this area of increased velocity does not appear to be concerning at this point. Zooming out across the United States, we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We have a couple down here in Mississippi, also in Alabama, and also Tennessee. Tri-state area there. Also got 1 larger warning up here in Nebraska. Otherwise, take a peek back here at our home state. We are all free and clear. There's Grand Rapids radar, nada. Detroit, nada. Gaylord, we have some showers up there just north of Rogers City. Marquette, nada. So it is a nice clear night out there in the home state. We don't cover out of state much at all. The last time we covered out of state, I believe, was last year, March 14th. We covered the tornado outbreak across Ohio and Indiana. And we had Caleb on stream with us actually get a tornado on stream. So that was a interesting night there. Good news is the warnings for this cell I just noticed have been dropped. There is no severe or tornado warnings on this cell any further. Great news there. So I'm going to pop open my advanced radar here just because I can. I'm going to take a little bit of a deep dive analysis here. This is what I do behind the scenes a lot when Joel's leading. I'm analyzing these storms. So when we're kind of seeing how strong it is, I always start usually with how tall the storm is. So I do a little bit of a 3D slice here. We know these storms are about 40, 42, 3,000 feet. You can kind of see there the height there in the left side of your panel. It goes from 10 on the bottom to 16 on top. So these storms are, they're about 40,000 feet. They were much taller, what appears to be much taller. And now they're kind of weakening. Next thing I look at is how tall the core is. How high does the 60 dBz, the purple color, go? So right now we are at about 4,000 feet. But if I go up here to tilt, we'll go BR4. There's 20,000 feet. We're still getting that pink color in there, purple color. So that's a decent core still, but not a core I'd say is maybe severe. I mean, we're getting at 25,000 feet too. So when you have the pink color there at, we'll call about 20 to 25,000 feet, we still have that 60 dBz. number, that still means it's a pretty good core on it. So the core is still pretty healthy on this. In terms of rotation, there ain't much going on there. And if you back it up here to where it was tornado warned, you would see what I'm kind of looking for with this particular tool. So that's your rotation tracker on the left side there. It's really ramped up there. And since then, do you guys see that? Or is it just me? On the left side of your screen here, if I go back, take one panel here, does it mirror, does it jig jog around Plevna? Am I seeing things? Like it looks like it's going directly toward town, then all of a sudden it goes, whoops, I'm going to miss you to the left. It kind of skips town. Am I seeing things there, or am I crazy? That's crazy. But yeah, as that storm continued, the rotation weakens, and by the time it gets up here toward Nickerson, there's just not much going on about that. There's just not much going on at all with the storm. Yeah, velocity right now doesn't look organized at all either. And yeah, I just don't see this. It is rotating up there a good ways, but it's not really rotating at the surface anymore. I'm going to pull up Mezzo. If Mezzo says we're toast, aka atmosphere is turned over, we'll probably end the stream here. Yeah, surface-based CAPE is not that great. Yeah, we are... I mean, it's still a decent environment, don't get me wrong, but the cap in place now, we're pretty heavily capped off now, it appears. What's out ahead of this is not much storm fuel. So this is likely going to be a threat that's on its way out, and thank goodness, because this is not a good night at all. And I don't want to say that, but it just wasn't.
Just looking for a status check, but you responded, so you answered the question without knowing it. That's fine. We're checking a couple places still. This is not a good zone for self-problems at all.
Trying to hear any information I can from Vince. All right. Any Kansas viewers in chat here, or are we mostly Michigan now? I see 150 you guys watching, and it's about 2 a.m. here. So you guys are awesome. You guys are loyal. I love you. I appreciate you. Did not have intention of being live for 5.5 hours tonight. And it turned out to be one of the probably one of the most I don't want to say interesting, because I don't think that's the right word. One of the most humbling, but yet intriguing, and yet gut-wrenching streams we've done here at MSC. And it wasn't even for Michigan. We had a tornado earlier with Chandler on stream here. Then we had another one, a wedge that got... It was kind of on stream, kind of wasn't. You guys could see it, but you really couldn't with all the lightning. Just... What a stream. All right, final call. Any Kansas people in chat here before we start wrapping things up? We typically have like a warning bar and all that on the screen today. We usually have it on a screen with our new setup, but the way we want to do things today, just because it was Chandler and me on the stream, we wanted to have communication one way. since there's nothing going on here, I'm going to be more personal with you guys. So we use a broadcasting software for our streams. It's called OBS. And our problem currently is there's no direct communication through the OBS system with our chasers. So our old platform that we used does have that. And because it has that direct communication, we decided to use it today because Chandler didn't want to use a third-party software like we usually use to communicate. He wanted to kind of talk directly. And that's why we don't have any automation, because we're using our old software, and that software does not have any automation. And also with that software, we have sponsors loaded in here, but also not loaded in here. So I can name off a few. I know we have a few sponsors. I want to shout these guys out because we did promise them that we would every stream shout them out. And they are awesome to us, and they're awesome to the people of Michigan as well with the products and services they offer. I'm going to get a list up here that that way I don't miss anybody, but I only have logos for certain people just because, again, this is our old software. Haven't touched it in many months. Let me pull up the sheet here so I don't forget anybody. I'm pretty sure I can name off the top of my head, but I just don't want to forget that one person if they happen to be watching. I just butcher it. I'm tired, so apologies. So a couple of our sponsors here. We have Pro Powder. They're based out of South Haven for powder coating needs. We also have StormGuard, based out of the North Detroit metro area for roofing and construction needs. We have Cats as well, roofing and siding, based out of the Potterville area for exterior needs on your homes as well. Logos, I only have 3 apparently. Other sponsors, should I say, FBI Buildings for building needs across much of Lower Michigan. Lifestyle Exteriors across the Lansing area. We also have Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, based in the Thumb. We have Kuiper Tree Care, based out of Grand Rapids. We have McKay Tree Specialist, based in Southeast Michigan. We have Gull Lake Tree Pro, based in the Kalamazoo area. We have Henkel's Tree Care, based in St. Joseph County. We have On Top Roofing, based in Livingston County. We have Floor Coverings International in Michiana. They do floors across much of the Southwest and Northern Indiana areas. We have Schneider Commercial Building Solutions for commercial roofing needs. We also have Shield Public Adjusters for insurance needs across the state. And last but not least, we have Top Gun, our newest sponsor, roofing and construction, based in West Michigan. Those sponsors, they help us tremendously keep operational costs rolling. What we do here is not free, but we also partner with them and offer their services to you guys in the event. Like if, for example, you guys have like a tree fall in your house, get in touch with us. We can send you in the right direction with trusted people across the state who we vetted and who are readily available to help you guys. So if you happen to need their services, reach out. All the sponsors we have are on our website. And if you guys need more information on these guys, feel free to reach out to us. I'll get you in contact with them. With that said, we are at 1:53 a.m. And we are at that hour where I'm surprisingly not tired at this particular moment, but I'll likely be tired as soon as I get off here and roll the outro. But I got a lot of work to do for tomorrow as well. We're down a guy. Caleb is actually going up to school to present. So I'll have to fill in for him tomorrow on the pages that he runs, as well as the Michigan side of things too. So with that said, one last look at the cell. Make sure we're not going to go, go severe. It does, there's probably some good winds there on the south side of that storm. I'm not going to rule out it becoming severe again, maybe producing another tornado if it's lucky. But at this point in time, the environment is on the downtrend. I don't anticipate this being a problem any further. But if it does become a problem, it'd be McPherson County, Marion County, Dickinson County, Saline County, or is it Saline County? I don't know how I pronounce it out there. Those would be the immediate impact zones next hour and a half to 2 hours. But right now, I don't anticipate the storm becoming severe based on the trends that I'm seeing. It just doesn't have that look anymore from what it was. So that's great news. In the meantime, I think I'm going to pop out of here and kind of decompress because like I said, I hopped on here with the intention of kind of leading Chandler and showing you guys, walking guys through the storm. I did not anticipate having to cover a tornado emergency twice actually tonight, and witness all that. So I am going to decompress, get some work done, and I will likely see you guys sometime this week. I know we did do a weekly stream here. So I'll see you guys probably tomorrow for our daily video, and then we'll probably do a stream for Michigan weather here. Probably not tomorrow night, but probably sometime before Wednesday. So with that being said, I'm going to look at the chat here in case I miss any comments. I don't see anything pressing here, but I see a lot of thank yous. I see a lot of gratefulness here. And honestly, guys, can do without you. We're just average guys out here sharing our knowledge and making sure you guys are aware of severe weather. That's all we can do. That's our mission. As long as we're doing that, that's what we're here for. So any last questions before I hop out of here? I'll wait like a minute or so. If you guys got questions, feel free to drop them in chat. But in the meantime, we got 190 guys watching on YouTube and about 40 of you guys watching on X. So appreciate the 150 of you guys who are up here rocking with me at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll give you about 30 more seconds, and then I'm going to end the stream here. Any last I can't talk. Anyway, any last questions? I'm going to text Chandler really quick just to make sure he doesn't want to say goodbye to you guys. I have to keep dragging this out, I know, but I'll give him like 15, 30 seconds to respond. He's usually pretty quick with me. Janelle, unfortunately, I don't have the Zen outro. That's on our new software. I don't have that. I may have. What kind of music do I have in here that I could use? Whoa. I don't like that. Let's go with that. All right. Well, I don't have a response here from Chandler. If he says yes, I am going to have to apologize to him. But it is 1:58 a.m. Eastern time here, and we're going to pop out of here after about 5.5 hours of unexpected live coverage for Kansas. So with that said, I'm going to test some of these. I don't remember what these are. No. There you go. Outro music. You guys enjoy your evening. I will catch you on the daily video tomorrow, as well as probably a stream sometime before Wednesday. You guys enjoy your evening. Stay safe out there.